Well, what the? You did that really fast. Thank you, Chaos. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm assuming we're live now. Well, I guess I'll just wait for the chat to say something. Perfect, perfect. Okay. So let me go ahead and move this over here. Let me go ahead and pop this over here. Move this a bit down. Turn this thing on as well. Bam, done. Back. Move this back. Okay, and I should have that as a reference on the side. Man, there's a lot of things to talk about tonight. I'm going to try to see which ones I can talk about and which ones I don't. At the very least, one. Okay. 10:47. Yep, there we go. Yeah, play Dirt Strike. It's a good game.
Run away? I wasn't running away, though I just don't want to talk to you.
I'm trying to remember the context of this conversation. We took a break on Sunday. I desperately need Russ.
I don't need to.
Why not?
I already figured out who did it.
What? Okay, go ahead, Clover. In fact, where's my piece of paper? Got it. Okay, go for it.
I can't tell you.
Can't tell me.
You might be working with them. Both of you could be in on it.
Forget about it. There's no point. Doesn't matter what you tell her, she's never going to believe you.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned about that too, which was why I thought it was important to make it very obvious that my votes were in favor of like a group unity.
Just tell us one thing, Clover. How did you know who it was?
I noticed something.
And what was that?
Alice figured it out too. Before she...
What was it?
Why don't you figure that out yourselves? Anyway, I gotta go.
What's wrong? Oh, really? That's it? Calm down. She's a cyan pear. Yeah, snuck a peek at it when she ran by.
Scion pair?
And it looks like Alice's is a blue solo. I'll hold on to this.
Yo, Rerun, thanks for the sub, man. Much appreciated. So the issue with this game for me right now is that note-taking is like a pain in the ass. Whereas a lot of like 999, it was a lot easier to follow when it came to note-taking.
You mean what Alice noticed? Were you even listening?
Yeah, so the issue for me is figuring out where to take notes to make sure that I could read the logic for certain characters, right? Because if this game wants to be obviously a little bit different than 999, and the pattern that I'm noticing is that initially, as you move forward into the game, you gain more freedoms but also more rules, right? Initially, from the beginning of the game, you're hit with all these rules that are not fully explained to you. Like there's things that are told later on, obviously, right? And then your choices are kind of limited. And I made like a thought, or I made a comment early on in the playthrough that, what was it again? It was something like, by making a choice, you deny other people's choices. And so if you take a little bit of the reverse of that, by using the bracelets, you're able to deduce the reason why a character might die, right? Because of their interaction later for a pair or a solo or whatever that might be for the voting process. I'm going to mention this later, but I was watching a movie with a few of my friends. It was called DeathTube 2, the sequel to DeathTube. If you don't know what DeathTube is, it's a really bad Japanese Saw ripoff, and it is... You watch it for the jank, okay? So anyway, the reason why I'm mentioning that is when I was watching the movie, a thought occurred into my head, and I was like, oh, is this applicable to VLR? And I'll talk about that later. I also did a little bit of reading on the Chinese room experiment. It's the thought experiment that was mentioned when we were in the golem room.
I'm investigating. What does it look like I'm investigating? I'm looking for any clues to what she figured out before she died. Huh. Found something already. Have a look.
This is new. Okay. A handkerchief stained reddish brown.
Looks like it. It's darker than Alice's, so it's probably been on her since before she died. Maybe. Who knows? She could have just found this somewhere for all we know. Can't say for sure, but it's definitely a possibility. So, time we moved on. We need to figure out what Tenmyoji and Dio's bracelets have changed to. Yeah. Sounds good.
You know, I'm a little curious about what players would do, not in this scenario, but when they're experiencing this game. Logically to me, give me a second, I'll show you what I mean. Okay, give me a moment. Taking my sweet time, apparently. Still taking my time. Okay, let me just wait. Okay, there we go. So the thing I was kind of wondering about is when people experience this game, I wonder if they do it similarly to what I do, which is you finish up a section and then you move on to a new branch, right? So then from left to right is so far what we're trying to do. And then the thing I'm curious about as well is how is the story crafted in a way to still inform the reader cleanly about its themes if you were to just bounce around like crazy. So I finished this, now let's go over here now, or like I finished this, now let's go here now, and stuff like that, right? I think if I had to guess what someone would normally do is they pick a branch. So let's say this is branch 1, branch 2, branch 3, right? They choose, for example, branch 1, they go all the way to the end, and wherever it branches off, closest to the end, they finish off like that. And then they go like so on and so forth, right? So then if that is the assumption that I'm making about a reader, I wonder if that's also the expectation of the author. Because my concern right now is that my note-taking isn't competent enough for me to understand this game, not just from a puzzle perspective, but what it's saying, right? Like the ideas presented in the work. And so like I'm looking at the pages when I'm writing, I'm like, how do I organize this correctly so I can better show my thoughts and keep in track with like what's being presented to me? Because one of the major issues I had with 999, which is not a problem with its writing, is a problem with me, was that I personally feel kind of uncomfortable being dragged along by a story without understanding the decision making as it goes forward, right? But this is a mystery. That's something you got to kind of get used to, and things as you move forward will be unveiled to you, so you can have a better picture, right? So I'm not sure if you guys do this, but for like less interactive visual novels, so I don't know, VNs that don't have as much gameplay, for example, right? I care more about the proper experience of its story than the absolute blind run of its text. So what I mean by that is I am willing to be told this is probably the best way to read the story, and given like this happens in this route, but not too much of a spoiler, just to get my like idea of where to go, right? Versus I just wander around everywhere and I have absolutely no idea how to best experience it. Yeah, so I imagine that this story is written in a way where it doesn't really matter where you go, at least initially, right? It should all compile together to make a cohesive story, right? That's difficult, but I expect Uchikoshi to do that. But now it's not really about that. It's about like my best way of experiencing this story. So I think to myself, logically, you want to break off certain sections. So like, okay, I remember ending 1, I got this, and if I chose the second decision, I'd just fail, right? And by doing this, I cut off and segment the information so it's easier to remember. So like in plays 1 to 3, I did this, and this is the information that was major to it. Or like in plays 4 to 6, I was in this section or something, right? Yeah, so I mean, I felt this level of being uncomfortable when I first played 999, and it eventually just unfolded and it all made sense at the end, right? But it's still something that makes me nervous as I'm reading through it.
So this is where Tenmyoji's team went. How many times do I have to tell you? You don't need to keep asking permission.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that I noticed in
No sign of him, huh?
pseudo horror stories, I guess.
Happy?
So something that appears to be horror at first, but in the end is a tragedy.
I'm asking if you're happy Quark's still missing.
Still a horror, but you get my idea.
And then does it hurt? Huh? Are you so terrified about whether or not he's safe that it feels like someone's got your chest in a vice? I didn't think so. Quark's got 9 BP. If I find him first, I might make him escape. So it's better for you if I haven't found him yet. Am I wrong?
Okay, so that's his logic. The thing is, I've had very little time to spend with Quark especially, but also Tenmyoji, right?
And just what the hell do you know? He's all I've got left. If something happens to him, I'll... It's all my fault. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I never should have brought him here. Yes, Zero made me an offer.
Wait, what? Okay, tell me. And Legacy, thanks for the subscription, man.
You mean you came here voluntarily?
Can I see the other side of your bracelets?
Why?
Please, just do it.
Are you gonna spray it?
Calm down. It's not going to hurt you.
Is this some kind of chemical?
Yeah, I found it when I was searching this room.
Good work. It's dark now.
Show me your bracelets again.
Okay. Do I just make a fresh new page? Again, I'm confused on how to take notes for this. I guess I'll do it here. Quark? Okay, what do I have? Where are my notes written here? Quark is in the treatment center. There's a way to set the bracelets off without dying. T and Q okay, so this seems to be like my second or third playthrough. I'll cut off right here and try. What's the date right now? It is 11/5/2019. Okay.
That stuff you sprayed us with was luminol, wasn't it?
Yeah. How'd you figure that out?
I guessed when you turned off the light. Yeah.
Yo, Scott, what's up?
Just relax, okay? That's all I needed to know. Neither one of you is Zero's senior.
Are you saying that because there wasn't any reaction from the luminol?
Yep.
Well, you know as much as I do now. I was just making guesses based on what he was doing.
Okay, so the last time we used this, we used the luminol to figure out who stole the lady's bracelet. And the lady does look kind of familiar to the researcher. Even though we didn't see her face, she just kind of looks a little bit familiar to the researcher who was in K's past. If we take the visuals as the truth.
Sorry, but I've got to go. I need to go look for Quark. I can't tell you. Yeah? You don't get it. I can't tell you no matter who you are. Right now, we might as well assume Quark is a hostage. Zero Jr. seems to be aware of everything that goes on here. If I tell you, he'll know. And then God only knows what Zero Sr. will do. Please, I'm asking you, put yourself in my shoes.
Okay, so Ten Myoji has his own objective in this game. It's not just to escape, I guess. Well, technically, yeah. If he could, if we could all escape guaranteed, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't object to that. But there's Dio as well, who is part of a group. There's obviously Clover and Alice. I would say K kind of has his own objective based on his past. So for the most part, I would even say Phi, based on how she's talking. So what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of the, 9 participants?
It won't do you any good. Whatever you want to know, I don't know anything about it. Yeah? Then what is it? Oh. I see. You mean his bracelet, right? Chill, man. He's a red solo. I had a look while he was talking. Well, what is it then? No. No, I didn't. Shut up! We've got stuff to do. Get going! Move!
Alright, Phi.
It looks like another warehouse.
Oh, we just started a little while ago, so don't worry, man. Memento Mori, if the ninth line ate the sun?
Probably more graffiti.
Yeah, you want to read into that for me, Phi?
There was one on floor A, too, remember?
Yeah, I do.
Never mind that. There's someone else here. Looks like it. Let's go see what he's up to.
Oh, nothing. I'm just going with the flow, I'm seeing where life takes me.
You don't seem to have any interest in searching for Quark.
Why would I? Do we even know he's really missing? Maybe the little shit's just off having nap time somewhere. So I figure, let sleeping dogs lie, right? Or kids, in this case, I guess. If we wake him up, he might realize he's got enough BP to blow this popsicle stand and ditch us. That happens, it's all over. We'll be stuck in here for the rest of our lives. Which probably won't be that long. Yeah, did I stutter, or did you just forget? Zero Jr. told us, remember?
The number 9 door only opens once. Once that happens, it's all over. It closes for good after 9 seconds, so if you're not careful, you could get stuck.
So, What are you guys here for? Did you bring Fi here so I can kill her?
What?
Well, yeah.
Oh, really? You already forgotten your little stunt earlier? We're damn lucky Kate chose ally.
Ah, I remember
If he
now.
hadn't, you'd be hanging from that crane right now.
Sounds like you're getting a little desperate. Word of advice, Dio. That's not a smart attitude to have here. All you'll do is make sure that whoever plays against you in the AB game won't pick ally.
You talk as if I give a fuck. I already know I won't be up against you two.
Doesn't change the fact that how you express yourself makes people suspicious of you.
Kay and I are the yellow pair. You guys are the magenta pair, right? Two pairs can't go through the same chromatic door. Simple enough for you.
How do you know our colors?
Kay told me. He was here a while ago. Speaking of which, Temioji and Clover were here too. Guess everybody misses my company. Anyway, that's how I know what everyone's colors are. Yeah.
What about Luna?
Luna? Haven't seen her. Anyway, Kay and I won't be pairing with you two. We'll be taking the blue solo.
That's Alice's, yeah.
Oh, come on. You're really that thick? Look at the doors in front of you. These are the next chromatic doors. Bingo. See that thing next to the door there? Looks familiar, doesn't it? Yes. Yes, it does.
I get it. You and Kay are both yellow. You can get yellow by adding red and green together. If you add blue to that.
Exactly.
Right.
Let's see, Temio's a red solo. Clover is cyan. So you'll get white.
The only one left is the other cyan pair. So we can assume that's what Quark is. No, there's only one option this time.
All we gotta do now is wait for these white doors to open. Sorry, but I'm gonna stay here. Moving around so much is a pain in the ass.
Right. On my way.
Okay, so like every route near the end, Luna dies that I've seen so far. Just gonna cross my fingers. She's at least alive this time. Yeah, Alice as well. Image links? I mean, you can link something if that's what you're asking. As long as it doesn't like violate any TOS rule or something.
Well, you see that clock over there? The one that looks like the sun? It reminded me of something we saw earlier. Remember the graffiti on floor B? You remember what it said?
Memento Mori, something the ninth lion, yada yada, eats the sun. Yeah, okay, we got it.
Do you know what that means? What about the other part?
Yo, Lane, thanks so much for the sub, man. I'm glad that you like watching VNs. It seems to be a common get-together now.
Yeah.
I honestly never imagined that our channel would become so enthusiastic about this medium.
Did you notice anything strange about that graffiti?
Actually, you know, now that I think about it, you know what's really extra weird? Brett played the 999s, or the Zero Escape series before I did. The last time I saw him at a tournament, I was talking to him about that. I was like, you know, it's actually kind of cool that you're playing Danganronpa now. It's kind of like the reverse, right? And Right now, isn't he playing Danganronpa and I'm playing the Zero Escape series? It's kind of funny how things have swapped around.
Wrong answer. Maybe you're not the eagle eye I thought you were. I guess I have to do everything. Part of it was spelled wrong.
Well, I mean, I hope he enjoys it.
Specifically, they spelled ninth wrong. It should be N-I-N-T-H. But the graffiti had N-I-N-E-T-H.
Right, so I'm thinking it's another anagram. I mean, feel free to do it. I'm gonna let you.
Exactly. Maybe it wasn't a mistake at all. Maybe Zero put that E in there on purpose.
Okay, sure. Oh, as an idea for who can cause trouble?
Maybe because he didn't have enough letters otherwise. Anyway, if Zero wrote that graffiti, then it's got to be significant.
Even as a joke, if people ask, I usually just say never. I feel like I've moved past Danganronpa, even though I still think of it very fondly. Hey, we're still watching other VNs though.
Shit. Hey, it's already 2 minutes past time.
What the fuck? Oh shit, you're right. We were supposed to meet back with K, right?
We should get moving. Astute observation. What do you mean, what should we do? All we can do is wait. We don't want to end up missing each other by accident. Just want to check something really quick. The last time we saw Alice alive, she was right here.
Yeah, it was a place I was really curious about.
Remember? She was kneeling down, looking at something on the ground.
Blood?
Find something? Uh-huh. Nice work there, Sigma. The truth hurts.
Wow, fine.
So, blood, huh? Oh my god. I noticed something. The same thing Clover and Alice noticed. Look at the number 6 AB room.
Okay.
The side that's facing the wall has blood on it. It's the first thing you think of when you hear blood. Yeah, this whole thing kind of sucks, right? Come on! This is no time to be screwing around. I'm talking about this thing, the handkerchief Alice had. There's some blood on it that we assume belonged to the old lady. Consider this for a moment. Let's say this thing was on the floor next to the rightmost AB room. We'll assume that the blood on the side facing the wall came from this handkerchief. Okay, then what? Right. What do you think was going through her mind? And... You're almost there. Yes, exactly. So how long do you think it was here? Wait, when's the start?
Right, but there's already proven to be... I'm not sure you call them participants, but people more than the 9 that exist here are here.
Huh, finally figured it out, huh?
Game? Thank you? What the? Ah, the shift of the cranes.
Yeah. Probably. They moved the rightmost one all the way to the left. So, what was in the leftmost AB room? And who was trapped in there when the nonary game started? What do you think this is? Seems like it.
Alright. Luna could have been trapped with the old lady. Then the crane moved the box. Then the crane moved the... What do you call this? Storage? Move the AB room. There we go. To the far left.
This thing? Here, look. You see this line? It's possible that line is from whatever the weapon was, which means this might have been wrapped around whatever was used to kill the old woman. So maybe Luna wrapped the weapon with this handkerchief. And then threw it between the rightmost room and the one next to it. Then when the room was moved, it came out. Seems pretty likely. This is all just speculation, understand? There are a whole lot of things we still don't know.
I mean, is there any chance that the woman was killed by Dio because he admitted it? Or... Alright, well, we'll just leave everything in the air. They don't know that, right? Hell, I don't know. Maybe the old lady was dead in Luna's room this entire time. Luna's like, ah, whatever, I've seen this before. I'm used to this. This is fine. God. You know, I've covered wars, you know, right? I'm pretty sure everyone else here has covered wars too. This dead old lady in my room doesn't mean a single thing. I don't want to bother them. Don't worry about it. Let's start from here. Do you think that means Luna is Zero Senior? Even if she was, though, I'm not sure why she killed the old woman, right? It's possible that she was some kind of intruder who wasn't supposed to be here, but if Luna is Zero Senior, couldn't she have found a better place to hide the body? Well, that's true, right? Yep, so if Luna were Zero, you could hide the body anywhere. Why would it be there? Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, if Luna really were Zero Senior, then you would be in control of Zero Junior, and you could tell Zero Junior, the AI, to move that room using the crane while you're hanging out with us. If you really want to go that part, but I'm not going that far.
I have to admit, you've got a point.
Still, the question is like, why would you even bother,
You're going to make me repeat myself.
or kill the lady if you were Luna?
I never said Luna was the killer. Still, I have a feeling Alice thought she was, which would mean that Clover probably does too. Right.
Okay. I would very much like to have Clover believe in us. Not just because I actually believe in Clover, but I don't know. Because it would be nice to have people trusting each other for once.
Hmm?
Although there's a lot of people with secondary objectives in this game, so it's kind of hard to just find an easy solution. In fact, maybe this is the best time to talk about that. Actually, let's move out to the scene. I'll talk about it later.
You're right.
Sigma. Phi. There you are. I'm sorry.
Let me guess. Luna's dead.
I have some bad news. Luna is dead.
Come on, man. Could you at least surprise me?
She's in room 2 in the crew quarters.
Got it.
The same room where Alice was murdered.
What a surprise. Is the gun still around? Yep, it's right there. Bottom right. Could we at least put her inside the pod? You know, the whatever pod thing that we have. I mean, they wouldn't know that, right? But still, could we at least put her in the pod alongside Quark and just double check if she's actually dead? I know her pulse isn't running, but so? For all I know, maybe Luna's actually a robot. I'm dead serious when I say that too. God, how would we even check that?
And I trust him.
See if she bleeds. Has she ever had any blood whatsoever on her? I'm trying to remember. This is the only way. This is the only death scene with her in it that we've seen so far, right? So we can't. I mean, I'm not gonna stab her. That'd be hella rude, but electrocute her. Yeah, artificial blood is a thing. I mean, tastes like ketchup. Seems like blood to me. Alright, here we go.
I believe she was poisoned.
Yeah, anyone can be robots.
See here.
I don't want to go like crazy conspiracy theory on you right now. That's too deep down the rabbit hole right now, and I'm not willing to accept it just yet.
This device is some sort of syringe.
I think it's called an injection gun. You can just put whatever you want in one of those vials and then pull the trigger. It's kind of like the needles in these bracelets.
The drug they used is the same as well.
Tornix. Alright, I have a way to disprove that I am a robot. If I were a robot, why can't I do low short, super in Third Strike, okay? If I were a robot, that would be easy as hell for me.
The label on the vial says tubocurarine.
Why can't I do the Iron Man Infinite? See? I'm not a robot. Lazy, get out of here!
Yes. Since it's empty, I can only assume Luna was injected with it. You see the mark on her neck. I believe it is safe to assume that is where her attacker injected the drug. Perhaps they chose the neck for the carotid artery.
Then your guess is probably correct. Luna was injected with tubocurarine, and it killed her.
Tubocurarine? Okay. In this route, she is killed? I'll put a question mark near that. With tubocurarine. Fucking spell that correctly, please. Tubocurarine. Okay. In her neck. Let's say neck. Okay.
Should I go get them? What do you mean? Yes? Luna and I split up as soon as we got to floor B.
Why?
We determined it would be more efficient. Two of us working separately could cover more ground in less time.
Alright, so why were you late?
What?
You didn't show up till 20 minutes past the time we were supposed to meet. Sigma's asking you what you were doing.
Right.
I was resuscitating. Let me explain how I found her. I had gone to the warehouse 5 minutes before our meeting time. You had yet to show up, as had Luna. I believe I was standing between the yellow and cyan doors. Some minutes later, I heard something. It came from behind the cyan door and sounded like a woman's scream. Well, it was actually quite faint. It was several doors away, after all, and as such, I couldn't quite make out what was being said.
Okay, sorry. You are right here-ish. You heard a scream in this area. You ran to it. We didn't hear it because you said you got here 5 minutes before the scheduled time. We were supposed to meet at 40 minutes before the white doors open. We were 2 minutes late. So we got here at 38-ish, or later, obviously. Where were we?
Or even if I had heard it at all.
I think we were in the recreational room?
It seemed entirely possible that I had imagined it. I heard no other sounds for a few minutes following the scream. Eventually, the silence made me uncomfortable. Perhaps something had happened. So, I made my way to the crew quarters. As I entered the hallway, I noticed that the door to room 2 was slightly ajar.
Okay. You still have to account for the 20 minutes you were late. So, if she was already dead, I'm still kind of suspicious.
That was when I first suspected something was amiss. You can imagine the rest, I'm sure.
No, I can't. Tell me more.
I ran into the room and found Luna on the floor.
Okay. Resuscitating. Whatever that means. Tell me more.
Yes. I deduced that she had been injected with tubocurarine.
Okay.
Her heart had stopped, so I attempted CPR.
How? Okay, alright, fine. I'll assume that you can... Yeah, sure.
To the best of my abilities, at least. With this mask, I was obviously unable to provide artificial respiration.
Breathe on my hand! Do it right now! I'm not even kidding! Spit on my hand! Do something!
Because I had no reason to believe you would be in the warehouse. If you weren't, I would have wasted precious time. I chose instead to begin resuscitation immediately.
Sure.
As you know, even a short time without oxygen can cause serious brain damage. I felt time was of the essence. But...
Hey, how much time passed between when you heard the scream and when you came in here and found her?
I'm afraid I can't say exactly. But I would hazard a guess that it was around 3 minutes.
Sorry, one more time? How much time passed between when you heard the scream and when you came in here and found her? I heard the scream, I was here. Supposedly she's here. 3 minutes.
Did you see the killer?
No, I did not. That would have been plenty of time. When you leave this room, immediately to your left is a door that connects to the hallway. I assume they left that way.
Is there any chance they hid in this room somewhere?
No, I examined the room thoroughly before I left to find you.
Here's my question, Kay. Did you move her bracelet?
May I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure if this has anything to do with Luna, but there was something I wanted to point out.
How do I draw air? God. Whatever.
Look at Alice. Do you notice anything?
Wasn't there supposed to be a knife inside her?
The weapon.
Indeed. The wound suggests a knife, but I doubt we'll know now.
What do I even have her think? Jesus. Always has to be 420. Okay.
How would I know? Why are you asking me? Yeah, that would make sense. Sigma, if you were going to kill someone, which of these two methods would you use?
I would use a knife. I mean, I wouldn't know for sure that thing's gonna function.
This is hypothetical,
I would choose the injection gun.
The fuck? Okay, tell me why.
right? Most people would choose that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess getting stabbed every single day by Mio has made me think use a knife.
The more you can divorce yourself from the actual killing, the easier it is to kill someone. There's a big difference between stabbing someone and injecting them with poison. No, I don't know either way. They could have taken it afterwards. There's no way for us to know. It's not impossible. 3 minutes is longer than you think. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that I don't know when they took the knife or whatever it was. We came here to get Alice's bracelet, and then Kay came by later. There was probably about a 30-minute window.
So Manu, stick around, because there's an interesting conversation that I want to have regarding that.
Anyone could have taken it. They might not even have been the same person who killed Luna. Or it could be. There really isn't any way to know. And if we don't know, we really shouldn't try and draw conclusions. That could color our reasoning, and that's not good. Conclusions without any evidence are useless. So just forget any conclusions you might have come up with. Save that brain space for something more useful. Well, I think that about covers it. We clear? Good. Anyway, we should tell the others.
About Luna, you mean?
Yeah.
We should go to the white doors then. Dio should still be there. Hopefully Tenmyoji and Clover will be there as well. Please, take this with you. Is something the matter? You and Phi are the magenta pair. Without the green solo bracelet, you won't be able to open the secondary door. Then... if you don't wish Luna's death to be meaningless, then you must survive. Or do you intend to die without catching her killer? Good. Shall we go?
Wait. Shit. No. Well, not yet. We might be looking at a worst-case scenario.
Excuse me?
God, what the hell is wrong with me? How did I miss this? I'm sorry.
I mean, we all have those days, Fi. Trust me.
This is my fault. It's just... there was so much going on, I wasn't thinking. Quark! Yeah, exactly.
Oh dear, this is bad. And if they haven't gotten in by the time the primary door shuts, they'll be penalized if we haven't found Quark by then.
4 minutes! Okay.
Let's just go to the warehouse on floor B. Perhaps Quark has already been found.
Alright, time to see if this punishment is real. Or we find Quark magically and everything's okay. Do I think finding Quark's going to be the same in this timeline? I don't think the decisions are so radical that his body plates are going to be different. It's going to be different, sorry. So it should be similar.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
You're late. The fuck were you thinking? You trying to kill me? What? How the fuck would I know? I've been here. Look, forget about him. Where's Alice's bracelet? Which one of you has it? Look around, asshole. What do you think? Hey, pay attention. The bracelet.
I really have no affection for Dio right now.
Do you have Alice's bracelet? Hand it over. Good. Let's go. Hey, what is this? What, you don't like this door? Fine, we can take a different one. As long as we're in the right group, it shouldn't matter which door we take.
That's not the issue.
Then please tell me, what the fuck is the issue?
Being a human being, 3 of us still haven't arrived. If we leave them behind...
Oh, come on! Now you're gonna grow a heart? If you stay here, you're gonna kill me!
But...
3 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Oh boy.
Alright, fine. I'll be honest with you. Truth is, I've got a kid. A baby.
I don't believe you for a fucking second.
I was told that if I didn't win this game, my kid's as good as dead.
That's...
You have to trust me. I swear, it's God's honest truth. Zero told me to keep it under wraps, but...
Bullshit!
I figure I don't have a lot of choice right now. I'll tell you more once we get inside.
Okay, fine. You know what? In quotes, I'll say, Dio has a kid. Dio has a kid, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Please. You have to believe me, Kay. Please. If you won't do it for me, do it for my kid.
What's your kid's name?
If I lose, it's all over. Please.
What's your kid's name?
I understand. Let's go.
Really?
Yes. I have one condition, however.
A condition?
Yes. But it's not for you, Dio. Sigma, I want you and Phi to go into one of the doors as well. Dio and I cannot be the only survivors. I would have the 2 of you join us. That is my condition.
damn it. Couldn't make this easy, could ya?
What do you say? The decision is yours.
Use your fucking head for once. You're gonna get us killed. Is that what you want?
Me either. I agree with Sigma. We can't just ditch them. I'm staying.
Thank you, Fi.
Bunch of fucking idiots.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
I see. I suspected that would be your answer. You leave me with no choice then. My apologies.
Wow! Double decked.
You have my sympathy. I wish there was another way.
Do you actually believe Dio?
No, of course not.
Thank you.
I only wish to save you. If I had not forced the issue, neither of you would have budged. Such is your character.
Such is your character, the way it's describing it, yeah. Interesting.
I confess I am not entirely sure.
So, never mind, keep going.
I will think about it during the 10 seconds that remain. Goodbye.
Two, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Yeah. Can we just sit here for a moment, though? My body's gonna be fine, but I think I need a little time to get my feelings sorted out. We should go.
Security, huh? Okay, so now is my chance to get more water. And I'll be right back. Okay, so just give me a quick moment. apologize for the wait there.
Yeah,
Okay, at least Fi understands.
it said security. The footage from the surveillance cameras might run through here. I'm not sure. Right now, all the screens are dark. Even if we could activate them, I doubt Zero is just gonna let us watch whatever we want. Yeah. Well, let's see what we can do here.
I'm glad to be back, man. Okay, puzzle time, huh? I guess it's not a good time to have a discussion then, jeez. Why am I gonna throw this question out? I mean, I guess it depends on the puzzle. If it's like super hard, I'll be concentrated, but... I guess that's true. So I guess I can do this very quickly. So in the last stream, in the Golem room, there was a discussion about the Chinese room, right? Because the Golem used the Chinese room as an example for artificial intelligence, I believe, is how he used it. So the Chinese room is actually a very famous thought experiment by John Searle. I can't pronounce his name, but he is a American philosophy professor, and I think he came up with that thought experiment, I think in 1981. But if you're curious about how that thought experiment works, let me lower the volume just a tad bit. It's pretty much an answer to whether robots can ever truly be called intelligent, right? That's the thought experiment and what it wants to address. So at the time, the 1980s, right, there are about like 2 standard views on artificial intelligence, at least according to John Searle, the guy who came up with the thought experiment. He said that the 2 schools of thought at the time were something like, let's see, if you can simulate anything, you can simulate the mind, but that's it. You're just simulating it, right? And if you're just simulating it, then it's not that the mind is created. That would be considered like a weak artificial intelligence. But there's another form of thought here, and he explains, let's see, if you got a simulation of a mind, right, one that can pass the Turing test, which is a test that wants to see if a computer can behave just like a human, so that even you can't tell the difference, then if you have done that, you didn't just simulate a mind, you've created one. Right, so those are like the 2 standard thoughts about like artificial intelligence. And the Chinese room thought experiment wants to present a counter argument about the intelligence of AI, of computers, right? So if you don't remember the last stream, this is kind of how it works. I'll just like almost read verbatim from what I wrote in my notes. Let's see. So John proposes an idea of a person being locked in a closed room with instructions on how to respond to a Chinese speaker sending messages to the person on the inside. They cannot see each other. So if you understand Chinese, replace Chinese with something else that you don't understand. So I don't know, Swahili or something. The Chinese speaker on the outside will give a message to the person inside the room. And the person on the inside has to give a response, right? And on the inside, they have instructions for how to respond to the messages from the outsider, right? From the person outside the room. So for example, if they are asked a certain thing in Chinese, they will have instructions on how to give a response based purely on the symbols, even though they don't understand it. So if asked X, then provide Y is the response. Also within this rooms is a bunch of manuals and books to give them a guide on how to properly respond to the message from the outside. Okay, so this argument is against computers being intelligent because the locked room is its program. On the outside, it may look the same as a native Chinese speaker, but on the inside, it is different. The problem is the AI, or in quotes, the person in the room, still doesn't understand Chinese at the end of the day. And if they don't understand Chinese, these words are just symbols. They are devoid of meaning. So with that thought experiment, not only is it a possible counter-argument to artificial intelligence, it exists to make you think a little bit more about how we function as humans, right? What's the difference between how we think and how a computer thinks? Don't we have an input and output as well? So if someone says to me, I don't know, I am a bully, that goes into my head. What is my output response, right? Is there at least some similarity between how we conceive our own thoughts compared to a computer, right? And that was being referenced in the last stream. So if you were curious at all about whether, I don't know, a golem that looks like a human skeleton talking to the characters has nothing to do with robots, well, I don't know what to say for a starter, but there is very obviously the idea of, I guess, human consciousness and whether someone can pretend to be human within this story, right? So now that that's kind of up in the air, the question is it just there as a red herring, or is it really a core part of the story? We'll figure it out as we go. But if you notice a few things about the notes that I've been making, this connects to an idea that I had watching a movie. I wrote down in my notes that characters have different objectives in this story, right? So Dio kills the grandma, supposedly, right? He said it himself. I'm going to assume that's the truth for the time being. And he has an objective in this Zero Escape game. Fi has been really vague about a lot of details, but she seems to know a way more than she's letting on. So she has like another objective. Her objective, she said herself, is to beat this game totally, to get everyone outside of the number 9 door, right? Alice and Clover, characters that we are familiar with from 999, why are they stuck in another Zero Escape game? It makes no sense for them to force themselves into a situation where they've already escaped before, unless they have an objective, a reason to be there, to put their lives on the line again, right? And so you're starting to see that it's not just about escaping this facility, it's about meeting their objectives as well, right? That they all have their own goals. And because they have their own goals, they will take the appropriate response in order to meet their goals as if they were I'm trying to figure out a better way to put this, as if they were a computer. Like how when I was talking to Kay in the last stream, I was able to deduce that he was going to betray me because the logic doesn't add up, right? If you truly cared about all of us getting out together, then why did you choose betray at the beginning of the game, right? That didn't add up. And a bunch of things didn't add up with him, which is why I was super suspicious. And so I was able to deduce that, right? So let's say that is not his true intention, right? That there is something else. There is, again, another objective. Therefore, he puts priority on that above escaping. Or something like he has to see certain conditions fulfilled for him to make a certain choice. And if you start speaking it like that, then it doesn't sound too different than a computer. If I could express this in a better way, I would, but that was about as far as I could get. But here's the next thing. Now that you know that every character, well, not every character, certain characters at the very least seem to have different goals in the Zero Escape games. The puzzle isn't just the puzzle you see literally in front of the screen right now, right? It isn't just the room and solving that puzzle to move on to the next room. It's also the puzzle of how to get people with different perspectives and views and wants within the game to agree with each other. That is ultimately the puzzle that you need to solve to get out of this facility. Because if you solve every single individual puzzle, it doesn't mean anything. If at the end, Kay goes like, nah, fuck it. I don't give a shit. I'm never actually going to give you any points, I'm gonna choose to betray, and then everyone else is like, I also choose to betray. So then the problem is no one's gonna get out, because obviously everyone's gonna betray each other, right? That is something that we need to solve, and how to do so is going to require its own approach, right? So treating diplomacy as if it were its own piece of the puzzle, I guess is one way of putting it. What exactly did I write when I watched that movie? So is the name of the game for VLR not just solving the individual puzzle, but solving the group puzzle, aka how to create conformity through unity in a way that is a puzzle? Oh, in a way that is a puzzle. Oh! I know why I had that thought. It's because of a very famous experiment called the Asch conformity experiment. Geez, do I want to get through that right now? Okay, I'll do it very quickly, okay? So the Asch conformity experiment wants to understand how group conformity arises, and the facts, and the conditions that may raise it or reduce it. So how does a group start to become united? How does a group start to form its consensus? How does a group start to conform on certain ideas, and so on and so forth, right? That's the Asch conformity experiment. It wants to figure out the details of that, why it happens, and how can you reduce it, etc. Okay, so let's see. What else did I write about this? So the study works like this. The scientist who wanted to study it is called Solomon Asch. He had, I think 6 fake participants and 1 real participant. And what they would do is they would do a very simple test, which is the scientist would give a bunch of pictures, and the participants were to judge how long a line is visually, right? And the person who was actually truly being tested was later was supposed to get the response later down the list. So for example, let's say the chat is actually doing this experiment right now, right? And I'm Solomon Asch giving the experiment. So Manu would look at this piece of paper and he would say A is the longest line, even though it's actually very obviously visually the shortest line, right? It's like 1 inch off the ground or some shit. And then Game Guy, who's also in on the experiment, will say, yeah, A is the longest line. And then Thunderhog would be like, yeah, A is the longest line. And even though it's clearly not, right? And it goes down to the 6th person, and that's the person who's actually doing the experiment, and they'll go like, what the fuck? That's clearly not the longest line. But because, 5 people before him said that A was the longest line, he will more likely also agree with the group and say that A is the longest line, even though B is like 1,000 inches off the ground, okay? So, when people were asked why they chose the wrong option, even though they knew, there are 2 types of conformity that explains why they made their decision, right? So the first is called normative conformity, which is the person is worrying about the judgment of the group, and so they'll conform to the same judgment, right? And the other type of conformity is informational conformity, that the other people all agreed on the same answer, and clearly there's like 5 people who know the answer, and it's more likely that they know what they're talking about than I do. Therefore, I'm going to choose the answer that they chose, right? So that's informational conformity. And so once they tested for that, they started doing variations of the experiment, where instead of having only 1 person who was being tested and everyone else would choose the clearly wrong answer, what they would do instead was that they would have 1 person within the group that wasn't being tested to say the correct answer. And when 1 person in the group said the correct answer and then the participant was asked to say what they thought, conformity to say the wrong answer, the majority, right, would lower by a significant. It went down to like, I think, 3%, something really low. I forgot exactly the number, but the point is that the conformity experiment is used to explain the pressures of having group dynamics and how it can influence your decisions. It also shows a little bit about how anonymity can influence your decision as well. Like in the last version of the experiment, everyone said their response, and the person who was actually being tested didn't have to say their response out loud. They could just write it down. And by having their answer written down and not having to say it out loud, their conformity to the group was actually way less. I think possibly even smaller when they had someone that was with them who agreed on their decision. Okay, so now that you have that context, why does it apply to Zero Escape? So the reason why I looked this up was because I thought, hey, what if this experiment, this game also wants to solve the issue of getting a group consensus? Because if you think about it, that is true. That is part of the puzzle. That is also part of the problem, right? How do you raise unity within this group that all has their own objectives and all want to do their own thing and is willing to betray in favor of their own objective, right? How do you properly raise group conformity, in quotes, to make people reach the 9 door together, right? And because I had that thought, that was the reason why I looked at the experiment, and also why I'm applying it to this sort of this game as well. Because first, we have talks about robots and human consciousness and whether you can tell if someone is human or not, or a robot or not, right? Sometimes when you think about robots, you think about being given orders or losing individuality or something. Calling someone a robot does at times have that context, right? Then there's the issue of solving not just the room puzzles, but solving the puzzle of getting the hell out, right? So then you have the issue of conformity and whether the individual matters in their own objectives, right? Because for all I know, maybe one of the individual objectives is actually way higher than escaping this facility. What if, I don't know, Dio, for whatever reason, his reason for being in the facility is to save the entire world outside. And so if for some reason one of us escapes outside this facility and the entire world blows up, isn't his objective far more important than us escaping? And so, like, you know, the balance between the individual and the group is also something that might be discussed in this VN. But anyway, I brought that all up for you. Now let's finally do the puzzle. Okay. It's a password. Turn the volume up too. A login screen with a password of, I mean, how long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A possibly 12 long password. Okay. I'm trying to think of, like, times in which Uchikoshi has thrown a red herring at me. I'm not the biggest fan of him, but I don't know, I'll have to think about it a little more. Hey, Susano, could you do me a favor, man? It's actually something that I really want you to pay attention to. Could you not express yourself in that way? It's really, really, really rude to come into a chat and be like, hey, did the streamer fail yet? Okay, but this isn't the first time, man. But I'm glad that that wasn't your intention. They're all the same thing. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'll run the circle first and then I'll move over there. Nice switches. Yeah, we pretty much had one bad end. Okay, let's see what changed. I see a camera. Okay. So I guess I'll turn them all on for now, see what happens. Alright, good night, Thunder. I recognize this, but I'm not sure which one it's inside. This as well, and this room. So there's 3 rooms maybe I don't recognize. This might be the facility where the pods are, so I guess that could be 8. No, wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, sorry, obviously. I'm not sure what this one is, I'm not sure what this one is. Another password. Bottom middle's infirmary? Yeah, so I guess, okay. Does this have anything to do with it? Okay. Middle right is pantry? Okay. So I know most of these rooms already then. This one, I whatever this one is. Yeah, I already have it actually. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. What is this? Then, what was it? The 9th? The 9th? Eating the sun is what I remember. Hourglass of red sand? Four-second clock? Yellow sound. I'm going to assume this doesn't work. Okay. It's yellow and it's red. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there's a light effect. Sorry, does the light affect anything? color. Okay, let me test this out further. Okay, so I can't seem to interact with anything other than the sides when... the fuck? Hang on. Please! Let me look at the damn thing. Oh, I'll write it down. Where is my puzzle paper? I'll use this as my puzzle paper. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll write in a certain order, but they're also colored too. So for now, I'll write ESDMAS. Then it's ADGB. And then it's SGDQNY. SGDQNY. Below that is TISGZYKGLPE TMJYUVGJ. Okay, so now let's do colors. So this is what, cyan, I'm thinking? Okay, so cyan. That's magenta. That's red. And I need a closer look on this because I can't really see. I think this is green. Hang on, can I click at it? Green, yellow, and blue, I think. It's kind of dark. Blue, green, then yellow. Let me look at my XSplit. Yeah, that's yellow, and that's definitely blue. Okay. Can I interact with these? Like, can I click on it? One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 4, 10 plus 6, right? 16. 4 plus 7, I believe, which is 11 plus 8, which is 19. Is there anything else that is changed with the color other than the sides? Can I interact with these? It seemed to be a case. Nope, doesn't really look like it. Okay, so then the question is, how do I apply what? I only have these two things? $11 seconds? Does it apply here? Huh. Okay. I'm going to assume that they're not going to be lit up now, but let's see. Correct. However, what does this do then? Nothing? I mean, I guess I'll test it out. I'll just test out any of these. Let's do ESD MAS. MAS, please. Let's try ADGB. For green, huh? Okay. Change the colors to the correct ones by clicking the hexagon and triangles. Remember that you only have 4 moves to complete this puzzle. Sorry, one more time, please. Does it want all green? Because that was the green. Okay, so let's test it out first. Okay, so the adjacent becomes a different color, correct? Correct, okay. So my guess is all green. Okay, so then the issue is I hit this. Sorry, one more time. When I hit this, what happens? So this doesn't turn green, and that doesn't turn green. So to turn these 2 green, I had to hit this. Okay, alright. So one more time. If I hit this, this and this turn green. But when I hit this, what the fuck? Okay, so the pointing, this does not turn that to green. It's the sides that are touching. Okay. So this will turn this and this into green. Right. The question is, how do you change that back? And I have 4 moves, is that correct? Yes, 4 moves, okay. This will change all of these around it to a different color, is that true? Correct, so I understood that. So to influence this color, you would have to hit this to change that. So, hang on. I've already used 2 moves. Okay. So it was the reverse of the colors. Okay. What is this? Nothing happened on the screen. I was you? I mean, I can test it out. I'm pretty curious here. Does this fit here? I was you. All right. Is there a space? There's not. Okay. Can I type in any more on here? No. If I turn off the lights, does that change at all? Nope, same thing. Okay. What? Oh god. Okay, how about I test out also this side? This is red, so therefore... Okay. Let me do a very quick look at this just to make sure. It was pretty much... The colors of the triangles are different than the colors of the hexagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, hexagons. Okay. So take a look here. Change the colors to the correct ones by clicking hexagons and triangles. We have 4 moves. Hang on. So that's 4 already. Okay. You want to do what? Let me look at the... Sorry, whoops. Let me look at the thing again, please. I'll take a screenshot, I guess. Just keep it simple in my head. Where is the lights again? Lights are over here. So, where is my... Sorry, give me a second. Over here. That's 1. Put this over here like this. And I'll just save it like this. Done. And then look at the other side just in case. Okay, screen. Then I'll do this right here. This right here. Cut. Bam. Save. It's nice to play games on a computer, man. I can do stuff like this for reference. Okay, so then I have this as a reference over here on the side, and all I need is the image on the left. Where did I put it? Hang on. This, go to desktop. Take a look at this right here. Where did I put it? This one? Yes, correct. All right, so now I have both as a reference point. Let's move the chat a little bit over to the side so I can actually see. There we go. And there we go. So that's my reference. And close this. Move this over here to the left. And let's go. Wah! Let's go. Okay. Alright, gotta turn the lights back on. Okay, go over here, go over here, go here. Please? Thank you. You can't use the computers while the lights are off, as far as I'm aware. They don't want you to hurt your eyes, you know? Let's see here. Okay, so either I can make all of these green, and that would be a solution. Or I can make all the triangles green, and that would be a solution. I forgot which one I did for the last one. Let me see. So either all hexagons green or all triangles green. Either of them would be a solution. Let's see. That's already 2, that's the issue. Alright, try again. What the f— This influences this, which makes it green. The problem then is the switch. Because if I were to do that, then we have this being disconnected here. Okay, hang on. So when I do this, I get this right here. When I do this, it will change that to that. I only have 2 more moves. This is probably not the solution. So if I'm going for all green, the rest have to be red. That's the issue. Hang on. Oh, but the same issue arises again. No. If you make all the hexagons red and all the inner circles green, then that is a solution. But then I get this issue again. Out of curiosity, anyone solving this along with me? Got it. All right. You will be me. I was you. Will be me. Okay. Yellow, right? SGDQ. Oh shit! SGDQ in New York?
Bullshit!
It's a hourglass. Determine the value in seconds for each hourglass, then fill in the blanks. If the value is a single-digit number, place a 0 before it. Sorry, what was... Give me a second. That was 11. So yellow is 11. And red was 4. Okay. Got it. I mean... What does this mean? Oh, you can compare how much is left over by doing that way. Okay, that makes sense. Hang on. So we know that red is 4, so green is obviously more than 4, but what's the difference? So then, how does it function when you do it like this? Okay, so then, how does it function when you do it like this? Okay, how does it function when you do it like this? So it kills the 4 seconds first. So we know that what's left over in 11 is 7. Okay, so can I actually count this? I lost 4, so that had 7 left. And then when I killed this timer, I got that left. You can use it. Oh, okay. Retry? Let's try it this way. So I did 4. I did 4 and 4, so we know that this is greater than 8. It looks like it's 9, but okay. Can we confirm exactly what it is? Hang on. 4. And then it just dies, so we're not exact. Whoa, what the hell? With 1 left over? Are we sure this is 1? Okay, we'll say blue is... pink. Yeah, we're not sure it's 1. Okay. What happens when I flip this multiple times? 1, 2, 3, 4? Is that exactly it? I am not sure. Is that really 12? I guess we can test it out. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I want to have to use this 1 to judge whether something is 1 or not. Okay, so that's how it functions. All right. So you want to be in a position where you can judge whether this is 1 or not. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. So this is guaranteed to be 1, I believe. Yes, this is guaranteed to be 1 because I did it 3 times, and I know this is 11, so this is guaranteed to be 1 now. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Okay, so now that I have 1, I can measure something else. How? How do I count this and make sure? Okay, so now we have red is 1. And yellow is 11 right now. Okay, so it'll go down. Yellow is now 10. We're gonna make red 4 again. Fucking, that didn't work. Yeah, but I understand the basic idea of how to do this. Okay, so don't measure this. We can measure the smaller part. It'd be better. 1. What is yellow right now? Yellow is 9 right now, right? Oh, fuck, I didn't keep track of that. Let's retry. So now yellow is 7. Yellow is 7. Now yellow is 3. It stopped. That was minus 3. And then it filled out. Okay, hang on. Let's do this again. Red is 1 right now. Yellow is 11 right now. Okay. Yellow is 10 right now. Red is 4 right now. Yellow is 6 right now. Red is 4 right now. I dropped 2. Which means this is 2. 6 is... No, yellow is what again? Yellow is 4 right now. So does that mean blue is 7? Let's test. Let's say blue is 7 question mark. If that's the case, reset. I have 4. Jesus. It emptied. Yeah, blue is 7. Because I did this only twice, and then it dropped down, right? I have 3 left over. Okay. So blue is 7. 11 is 4, red is... Okay. So then, now that I have blue for being 7, how do I test for green? Let's see which one goes out first. So, green is bigger than blue, obviously. Even looks like it. Okay, fine. Green is bigger than blue. Jesus. -4, we're at 3 right now. So... We're looking for green right now. So on the side, green is at least 4. Green is at least 7. Green is at least 7. Green is at least 7. Blue was 7. So that's why it emptied out. We're on... Green is at least 7. How would I guarantee to know what this is? I'm thinking green is 9. I think green is 9? I mean, is there any other way for me to verify this? Yeah, I'll write 9 question mark. So the only thing we don't have right now is pink. Okay, let's retry. That's 4, which means this is 3 left over. So if green is 9, and I just subtracted 4, we should have 5 left over. Which means that I subtracted 4 from 7. So this would be 4. This would also be 4. I don't want that. So now I have 1. So I subtracted another 4. Wait, what? That is 3 left over. So now this is 7. So it's either 8 or 9. Okay, is it 3 seconds long? It emptied first and I had 1. So if we're at 7 and I only had 1 second left over, that guarantees it to be 9, right? What the fuck? God, Jesus, what the hell? I can't keep track of this in my head. Thank you, Zetsubo. It's less than 1. Greater than 8 and less than 11. Okay, so let's confirm it again. We're looking for green, which is greater than 8, less than 11. So it's 9 or 10. That's the only way to figure it out. So it's 9 or 10, which I could figure out with my 11. So retry again. So now we're at blue. I just did 4 seconds, therefore our blue is now at 3. And we know, so we have blue with 3 seconds left. And we're a total of 4 seconds done already. Okay, that was 3. So now we're at 7 for what we used in green. And we have 1 in red. 1 in red. So when I drop this, flip the red. Okay. We have 7 in green. Now we have 3 in red. So I'll be dropping 3. We're trying to figure out if it's 9 or 10. It is 9? Because only 2 dropped, so it's 9. Okay. So yellow is 11, red is 4, green is 9, blue is 7, what is pink? Okay. We're not entirely sure the lines are actually confirmed, but you know what I'm gonna do instead? Now that we only have 1 left over, Red is 04. Blue is 07. Green is 09. Yellow is 11. Alright, who wants to guess what pink is? Just give me any number. I'm dead serious. 15. Damn, you got it. Proud of you guys. Because I was going to mash until I got it right. Will be me. I was you, will be me. What? Why can you only... I'm a little surprised that you can count it. Because to me, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the puzzle? These are from security cameras, I thought so. What about 10 Myoju, Clover, and Quark? Can you see them anywhere? You can see just as well as I can. There's nobody there. No deal, no K either. Okay, let me just double check and write it down. I was you. I was you back in the day. I used to also watch anime. However, I no longer watch them shows from Japan. I'm trying to figure out a stupid rhyme. I once saw Sword Art Online. I cannot rhyme online with anything that'll end it with will be me. Whatever, will be me. Okay, how does this switch? I was you. So you can shift it like that. Okay, I was you. Will be me. So this is something of a sentence. I was you. She knows everything. Knows. She knows. Everything is a sentence. I will be you is a sentence. But it has to be ending on here. You knows everything. I knows everything. So it has to be she knows everything. You was me. I was you. I was you. Be will me. Will be me. Will you be me is a sentence, you're right. Will you be me is a sentence. Okay, can I add this anything? She has to be. She knows. Is it? She will knows. She be knows. She me knows. She knows you. She knows you. Will be me. I was everything. That technically makes sense. She knows you will be me. I was everything. Does function as a sentence. Okay, can I change this a little? Alright, let me actually write this down. She knows you will be me. Okay. I was everything. Maybe you don't need some of these words. But it's funny! She knows you will be me. I was everything! Alright, let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, she knows you will. She knows you will be everything. I was me is a sentence as well, yes. Oh, whoops, sorry. So if you don't need the words up here, I guess it just has to be straight for it to actually be a sentence. So you throw away the words up here, and then you just make a sentence with the other ones, is my guess. I mean, she knows everything is a sentence, but the other things will not be. Will you be me? She knows everything. Will you be me? Look, it's a sentence! Okay? Look, I can do this! Alright, fine. You will knows. you will knows me. Be everything I was she. Sorry, the thing is, I find this hilarious. I don't know why. Okay, sorry, stop. So, I have a question. To the chat. When I solve this puzzle, is it solved by exiting the puzzle, or the moment I get it straight in a line, it solves itself? That's the only question I'm asking. The moment, okay. Oh god, I'm dying. Alright, hey, stop. Calm down. Alright. Okay. Me. This is high level novel writing. Me. Dot. The beginning. It's a beginning paragraph. Will knows you. Will knows you will be. You was everything. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, if you're wondering why I'm laughing so much, I'm a fucking writer, okay? So this is why it's hilarious to me. She... Is it actually two sentences or just one? I was you is a sentence. I was me is... She knows you will be everything. I was me. I was everything. She knows you will be me. Still makes no sense. She knows everything. I was you. I will. She will. She was everything. I knows you does not make any sense. Me knows you makes no sense. You knows me makes no sense. Has to be she knows. She knows you will be me. I was everything is a sentence. Maybe it's a question. That's fair. Will she know? Will she? Will she? Will knows. She will knows. She knows. What the fuck? How do I make this a question? It, will is a sure. Will knows. You. Will knows. Will knows. She was everything. I be me. Will knows. You. Will knows she was me. I be everything. Will. Who is Will? Will was everything. She knows you. She knows me. I be you. God damn it. Will knows everything is a sentence. She was you. I be me. I be you. Will knows everything. I be you. She was me. She be. Oh my god. Okay, stop. Will was me. If Will is a name. Will was you. I be me. She knows everything. How to make this into a longer sentence? She knows. She knows Will as a name. She knows Will was you. She knows Will, the person, was me. Everything I be you. You be I everything. She knows I was me. You will be everything. She knows I was me. I mean, you will be everything. She knows. She knows. She knows. Okay. She knows. Okay, she knows everything is a logical sentence that makes sense. Can I make anything else that makes sense afterwards? She knows everything. I was you. I was you will be me. You will I was be me. You will be me. You will be me. I was. I was is a subject and a verb. You can end a sentence like that. It does function. She knows. She knows. She knows you. She knows you will be everything. She knows you will. She knows you. She knows you. Please. She knows you will be everything. I was me. Okay, I'm gonna give myself 2 more minutes. Okay, if I can't solve it, I will absolutely take an answer. But I'm having the time of my life. Okay, okay. She knows you will be everything. Oh my god. Thank you, Mio. I'm so glad that you know I will be everything. I can be anything I want. Okay. She was Will. Her name is Will. She was Will. She was Will. There needs to be a comma, bitch. Okay, well, you know what? Let's say we're writing for a newspaper and there's no comma. She was Will, comma. She knows Will, comma. She knows Will. She knows I was everything. She knows I was everything. You will be me. Mio knows that I am everything to her. And now I am dead. And because I am dead, you will be dead. You will be me. It functions. It's a fucking sentence. Okay? What else could this be? Okay. She knows you knows, which is incorrect. You knows I was everything. She will be me. Me will be she. You knows I was, you know, Will knows I was everything. I miss Will too. You should be me. No, you she be, okay. She be me, she. Okay, what is the fucking answer? I legit give up. What is the answer? I can make tons of sentences out of this. I was you. I was you. Will be me. She knows everything. I mean, how do you delete the words? You need to operate something in this room to solve the puzzle. What? Man, that's no fun! Turning the entire thing into a sentence is fucking hilarious. How do you erase the words? Can you throw the words out? No, okay. So clearly I haven't operated wherever I need to operate. How do I turn this off? Do the lights have to be on for me to turn this off? I guess. Wait, what are with these panels on the side? Jesus. Can I even click on them? I'm clicking on it now. Nothing's happening. Click it now? Okay. Okay. Nope. I guess it doesn't work that way. Alright, fine. Can I turn it off this way? Nothing's happening. Can I shift around? No. Okay. Alright. Is there... Dear God, does this function? Please tell me it does. Do I have a tool to use it? What the fuck? Okay, the lights have to be off for this to function. Which makes no sense to me, but whatever. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I forgot about that completely. Okay, alright. Okay, alright, here we go. Let me just write this down. Let's make a functional sentence out of this. Is it one long sentence? Or is it like 2 sentences or some shit? Okay. Was BI. Was BI. Was will everything. You knows she. Okay. I was you, will be me. Will be me. Okay, will be and me. Where the hell is me? Will be me? Was be the fuck? Okay. This... Me be. Jesus. Okay. Me be and will. I was you. I was you. Therefore, everything knows and she. Everything knows she. I will be me. I was you. You will be me was I me was okay. I will be. Alright, CIA, take it easy. I will be me. You was. Alright, fine. I was you. I was you. I was... Okay, give me a second. What was the answer again? Because I just had that fucking drop out of my head. The fuck? I was you will be me. Wait. Jesus, right, okay. Star, moon. Done, okay. Okay, out of curiosity. of like that, I guess. It was star, moon. It was. Oh, okay, I'll move it then. Okay, so it's sun, blah 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 blah, star, sun. I was you will be me. Just a double check. I was you will be me was the solution to the first puzzle? I was you will be me. I was you will be me. Why is that the solution? Other than I'm looking at these two things and you put it together. You will be me. Why? That sounds so stupid. I prefer will as a name and all the sentences we made prior to it because it was funny as fuck. Why not? It's funnier. Alright, let me write down exactly the sentence. So then I'll think about this later. I was you. Where do I write this down? This is the puzzle page, right? Okay. I was you will be me. Okay, so if this puzzle is actually foreshadowing of the future, that means the transferring of consciousness. So you and I are subjects, and yeah, that's actually what it is. So pretty much, if that puzzle is any foreshadowing whatsoever, I and you are subjects of the sentence, right? They can be replaced, so you can say I will be me, you will be me, I was you. You're both the same. You're both the same people. Okay, but like that is kind of. I'm trying to figure out how you would never say that sentence in real life. It would make no fucking sense. Okay, anyway, where's the damn puzzle again? It was sun, star, sun. I mean, yeah, you could say it in real life, but people look at you really weird. I still prefer my solutions, which are amazing, okay? What was the stupid shit? It was like, she knows you will be everything. I know you, or some shit like that. She knows Will. She was me. Yes. Man, I haven't laughed that much in a
Wait.
while. What's up, Fi?
I just realized something.
Oh, what? The functions of language? Legitimately, I kind of wonder if this puzzle was supposed to be connected to the Chinese room thought experiment that they said in the last stream. Because like the function of language was certainly something that was happening there, and it was really fun.
When we were looking at the security footage earlier, we were just looking for live feeds. We were trying to figure out where the others are, what they were up to, if they were alive, and so on. But we totally forgot that security systems like this can do more than show you live footage. Are you following me?
Sorry, one more time, Fi? I just realized something. When we were looking at the security footage earlier, we were just looking for live feeds. You're trying to see like recorded feeds and shit? We were trying to figure out where the others are, what they were up to, if they were live, and so on. Can we see? Yeah. I get you. All right, let's mess around.
Yeah. I don't know how much luck we'll have, but it's worth a shot.
Hey, Fi. I was you will be me. And because I was you and you will be me, she knows everything.
That's me. Well, it was designed so that a human could operate it.
Yeah, I was going to stream Raging Loop, but I can't cover the entirety of it. I can only cover up to a certain point. Don't get me wrong. I care about Raging Loop, and I will read it, but not on stream.
That means there's a logic to how it's set up. A computer computes, a calculator calculates, and an automobile mobiles. Everything's designed to do something, and once you know what, you can start guessing how. Once you start to figure out how to get it to do things, it's just a question of playing with it until it does the things you want it to.
Sure. So
See?
the functions of something function the way it was created. Whatever. Okay, go. Hey, Daryl. Out of curiosity, are you interested in learning Third Strike with Manu and Tommy and me?
Knock it off.
What? Fi. Third Strike is a good game.
Makes it sound like you're better than me or something.
No! Third Strike is just a good game. That's all I'm saying, okay? I'm not playing Chun. I'm not playing Yun. I'm playing Ken, okay? What?
Let's check the log.
Well, I know it's 50% off on some websites. You should ask Loveheart, because he bought it recently.
Damn it. This isn't good. Looks like all the video data was removed before we got here.
Yeah, but believe it or not, I'm using Third Strike to teach me how to play Grand Blue Versus. I'm 100% dead serious when I say that. Because I want to do single hit confirms better.
That would be my guess. All it says here is administrator. Yeah, it might have given us what we need to figure out who the killer is, too. The camera in room 2 in the crew quarters would have recorded what happened to Alice and Luna. Same for the old woman in the warehouse. And if there was a recording of us being carried into the AB rooms, we could have even figured out who Zero Senior is.
That's true. I guess that would be a little too easy.
You want to open it?
Sure, why not?
It says Gollum's status. Yeah, you mean the room full of robots on the other side of the green door? Here we go. Looks like it. What is it?
Wait, who do you even play in Third Strike? My guess is you play Dudley, am I right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you know, Dudley's a gentleman until he hits you and knocks you down and 50-50s you.
I thought you told me Gollum, or whatever his name was, started spitting smoke and keeled over.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Already on it.
Although now that I think about it, there is like legitimately
There you are.
no reason, based on your past character selections, for why I thought you played Dudley. Because let me see, you play Hisui and White Len. You play Choi in CVS 2. I'm assuming you play Geef. Yeah, you play Geef. I remember that. You probably play Sagat at the very least, right?
Sure. This is...
Who? What the hell? Hang on. This is when he knocked me out, right? Kami, Chang, and Geef? Oh, right. The character's called Chang, but his buddy is Choi.
interesting. This is the footage the Golem pulled from the main server.
I mean, we can try to learn CBS 2 together, man. I know that I'm still, like, doing every old game to learn on Hitbox.
The original data was deleted, but it looks like the stuff he pulled is still here. So, if we go back through these files... Nice! Great work, Sigma. Good. Looks like they're both fine.
My vision suddenly blurred, and shaking my head did nothing to clear. Okay, so what was the word that you said that made that happen? That just leaves Tenmyoji, Clover, and Quark. I opened my mouth to continue, and then it happened. Okay. The fuck? What is this? What was that meme again? Don't trust anyone, not even yourself. Have I given myself a sus mark yet? I have not given myself a single sus mark. Well, this is one. Alright, that's one check to Sigma. Okay. I didn't even get a good look at what Sigma looked like in that picture. Sorry, I don't understand you. Fi, what the fuck are you saying? Hey Sigma, what the heck is up with you? Look, the reason... Oh my god, I can't read this. You look... What's up? Oh my god. Hey Sigma, what the heck is up with you? Period. Look, the reason of a... What the hell are you saying? With you... Look... There's a sofa over there. Why don't you lie down for a bit? I still couldn't make out what she was saying. No kidding. Yeah, this is why, by the way, that spacing is important when you write things. So sometimes to emphasize a sentence more, you can just leave that as your own paragraph. I'm dead serious, right? Or like when you're typing to someone and it's a gigantic smorgasbord of words, you really want to make sure that you have some spaces or indentations or some shit like that, right? Oh, that's right, Daryl. I have a question for you. I've been meaning to ask this for ages. So for your newspaper, what is the grammar book that you use? And I also want to ask another question. The second question is, I'm going to assume this is the case, but I could be wrong. For you, when you do publications for newspapers, you sometimes omit commas, right? Because not all commas are necessary. Or you do like you don't do comma 2 anymore, right? So comma TOO, because that takes too much space, right? So yeah, so I guess the question simply is, what grammar book do you use? or do you follow by? Or can you tell me anything grammar-wise that is omitted in newspapers? Yeah, because when you make a newspaper, it has a select amount of space, right? And you want to use that space effectively. And so I'm assuming this is the case because this is what I learned in class. Certain newspapers subscribe to a certain type of grammar style that fits it better, so it can better economize the space on the page. So, like, you wouldn't write like how Charles Dickens writes for his novels in a newspaper. That would be ridiculous, by the way. He got paid by the word. Grammar book. We use the AP style handbook, so the style is slightly different from college papers. Okay, all right. When they interview people for editing positions, do they test your knowledge of AP style grammar or just grammar in general? General rule on commas: we omit Oxford commas. Can you give me an example of Oxford comma? Would that, for example, be I don't know, like Charles Dickens? Give me an example of an Oxford comma. Fi, who has been sitting in front of one of the monitors, stood up and walked over as soon as she heard me move.
You okay?
The comma before the word and in a list is the Oxford comma. So that's what I would do in my article. So if there is a functional sentence before and, let me just write down a sentence for you. You are a Dudley player, comma, and... So I need a functional sentence afterwards. And Dudley is a really cool guy would be an example of using the Oxford comma, because the beginning of the sentence can function as its own sentence, comma, and. That's why you would have the comma there. And the second part would be a functional sentence as well. My CVS2 team is Cami, Geef, and Chang. That would be an example of a list for the Oxford comma, right? My CVS2 team is Cami, Geef, and Chang. So the comma and would be how it's done normally in like essays and such for listings. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So your CVS2 team is Cami, Geef, comma, and Chang, right?
You sure? That's good. You really looked like you'd lost it for a minute there. Your sanity's pretty easy to miss. I'm surprised anyone found it, let alone turned it in.
Just to clarify, DJ, sorry, Daryl, the example sentence that I gave still functions as an Oxford comma, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Unless you're saying only in lists. Let me double check what you said, because I'm actually pretty curious about grammar. The comma before the word and the comma before the word and, so in quotes or italicized, in a list is okay. Only in a list is the Oxford comma. Okay.
Well, looks like I don't have anything to worry about.
Okay, so that means that I can still use the comma and for what I did earlier. All right, not as an Oxford comma, but it functions. It would function, I guess, in a newspaper.
I hope that's all it is. You haven't caught a disease or something, have you?
For just a moment, I thought of Radical 6. Take a step back. What's happening here? You really looked like you lost it for a minute there. Yep. Well, I seem to have found it again. This is the security office. Maybe they got lost and found. Okay, so it's a joke. Worry about... Yeah, I think I must just be getting tired. Kind of surprised they didn't catch up to me sooner. I hope that's all it is. You haven't caught a disease or something, have you? For just a moment, I thought of Radical 6. Where have I heard Radical 6 before? Because that sounds very familiar. Journalism ethics over general grammar skills? I mean, that sounds fine to me. Let's see.
Well, you're looking a lot better, so I can stop worrying, right? Fine. No more check-ins. Anyway, I figured something out while you were resting. Come have a look at this.
Whatever group went to the infirmary found an article about a pandemic with a virus called Radical 6. Thank you.
Footage from room 2 in the crew quarters. The room where we found Alice and Luna. I dug it out of Gollum's cache.
Perfect.
You'll see in a minute. Can you figure it out? Yeah, the central server seems to be using its own time system. Files appear to be named based on that system. They might as well be random to you and me, which made it pretty hard to find this gem. Yeah. I'll just pause that and magnify it.
21 minutes before the primary doors open? So he was 20 minutes late. That's what I remember.
Exactly. Yes. After Kay leaves this room, it's about 2 minutes before he comes back with you and me. Right.
I don't see Luna.
Yeah, if you believe him. The footage here doesn't show any of that. I looked around, but I couldn't find one. The only Even so, I think we've gotten our hands on something important. Exactly. Are you ready?
I'm hella ready.
Okay, let's keep going. I'll move back to the start of this file so we can see it in chronological order. Let's say this is 0 hours, 0 minutes.
I'll move back to the start of this file so you can see it in chronological order. Okay, so the beginning is 0 hours, 0 minutes.
After all, it's not like we know what time it actually is. So, this is the start of our footage. Yeah, about a minute goes by before anyone shows up. This. Yeah, if I play it back at normal speed, I can measure time using this hourglass. Then I just add the time from the hourglass, and that's how far in we are.
Okay, Luna was alive and Clover was there.
Yeah, this is 0 hours, 1 minute. Right now you and I are talking to Dio in the Floor B warehouse. With the time frame we've established, calculating what we're doing is pretty easy.
Man, we're talking about college grammar. Ugh, man. I'm glad for the most part I did well enough in my English classes not have to worry about AP style guides or anything like that.
Yeah. Want to listen to it?
Sure.
Don't know. The audio data must have been transcoded into something else.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's because she thinks that Luna might have been the one to...
Seen enough? I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Clover's interrogation goes on for a while, but it's all pretty much the same thing. Now, at 0 hours, 10 minutes, things suddenly change. Here. Yeah, this is the only one that I found. Shouldn't be too hard to guess what happened after you've seen the next part, though. Yeah, this is about a minute and 40 seconds after they both left the frame. So 0 hours, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Hold on. Wait until you've seen the whole thing before you start deducing. At 0 hours, 12 minutes, another person comes in, just missing her.
Hi, Dio.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that whatever it was, he doesn't want us to know about it. Remember what he said when you asked him about Quark?
How the fuck would I know? I've been here.
Yeah. So what would have been important enough for him to lie about it? We should consider that it might have been something bad.
I mean, I'll be honest here. I don't trust Dio worth the weight that he has and I can throw him. Or however you phrase it.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, you got it, Fi. I trust him as far as I can throw him. There we go. Didn't he say that himself?
Maybe he heard a noise. The cyan door opening? Now, 10 seconds after Dio leaves, a fourth person shows up. That brings us to 0 hours, 13 minutes, 10 seconds. And then Kay disappears too. If Kay was telling the truth, this is where he begins to try and resuscitate Luna. Anyway, nothing happens for the next 16 minutes. It's just this. So I'll fast forward, alright? Alright, should be around here. One sec. Okay, you should see something you recognize in a minute here.
Nothing happens for the next 16 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. We're back to 21 minutes before the primary doors open. For our arbitrary time code, that's 0 hours and 29 minutes. 1 minute later, at 0 hours 30 minutes, Kay heads to the Floor A warehouse. That's all the footage I wanted to show you. I've looked at it carefully, and I think it has something to tell us. Well, I can't say for sure. This footage makes for pretty shaky evidence, but it does suggest a very likely culprit. Who do you think it is?
0 hours, 1 minute. Clover and Luna enter the room. For 9 minutes, Clover aggressively questions Luna. 0 hours and 10 minutes, they both move out of the frame. 0 hours, 11 minutes, Clover exits the room. Dio walks in, sus as ever. Exits the frame. Runs back, lies about it. Kay comes in, goes like, oh, cool. Does nothing, looks at the time, runs back. Oh shit, I can choose whomever? Hang on. Can I actually choose... Does it change the future? Oh, it doesn't seem to. Come on, guys. Do it for me. Kay did it.
What makes you say that?
He's sus as fuck.
That's pretty weak reasoning.
No, I don't want to hear it, Fi.
Unless we can be certain that the infirmary would have significantly improved her chances, taking her there could actually have been more dangerous.
Fi, you don't know what I know. I've seen this sus ass in other timelines. You don't know? You don't know his sus.
Right now, the most likely suspect is Clover.
I don't want to hear it. You don't know what I know, Fi. Clover would never kill even a fly. Proof, right? When in 999, when she grabbed that axe, she didn't kill anyone. She gently hit with the back of the blade, just like Rurouni Kenshin would. Okay, she's like a reverse blade samurai. She would never hurt anyone. So instead of killing people, she hits them with the blunt side of it and knocks them unconscious. And then she takes their bracelets to make sure they wouldn't harm themselves. Okay, I know for a fact Clover would never hurt a single person. Fi thinks she knows how to logically deduce whether someone's likely to be sus or not. She hasn't been through the shit I've been, man. I've seen the sus. I've lived in the sus. Okay? I was born in it. Okay?
That is true. This footage isn't enough to tell us who the killer is. But if we take one other thing into account, then she starts to look a lot more guilty. What Dio said to us at the White Doors. Kay wanted us to go into the White Doors, right? You told him you wouldn't leave 3 people behind to die. What did Dio say to you?
Use your fucking head for once. You're gonna get us killed.
He would only have said that if he knew that only 2 of us would be going through the door. Do you understand? Exactly. If he hadn't known she was dead, he would have said something else. He would have objected the moment Kay suggested we go through the door. But he said nothing, almost as if he never expected her to be there in the first place. Now, why would he do that? I can think of 2 reasonable explanations. Either Luna was already dead when Dio entered room 2 in the crew quarters, or he killed her himself. If the latter was correct, however, I suspect he would have behaved differently. If Dio had killed Luna, he would have made sure to do something that he thought would cast suspicion off of himself. Most likely, he would have asked about her absence. Although it clearly wouldn't provide an ironclad alibi, I imagine he'd think it would make him less suspicious.
Fi, first, we're talking about Dio here. How many times through his word choice that he has come out being hella sus? No, I'm dead serious. Think about that. How often he provokes others and he doesn't consider the consequences of doing that. You're telling me that given those choices, he might actually think about how to create an alibi? I don't know, man. But hey, I'll follow you.
That's why it's relevant that he said nothing about Luna. Of course, this doesn't mean he's innocent of killing her, but it does make it seem a lot less likely. So, if what I'm saying is correct, what does it mean? Exactly.
Sorry, one time? So when Dio entered the room, Luna was already dead. Okay.
Clover also has a motive. Yeah. The movement of the A-B rooms convinced Alice that Luna had killed the old woman. Once Clover realized that, she probably started to think that Luna had killed Alice to keep her from telling anyone else the truth. She probably led Luna to the crew quarters to confront her. Maybe she hoped seeing Alice's corpse would cause Luna to confess. Maybe she knew something we don't. But Clover didn't get what she wanted. Luna didn't confess. Then, during her interrogation, something happened. It's hard to say what. Luna might have said something that set Clover off. Or maybe she admitted to a crime she didn't commit just to get Clover to stop. Whatever it was, something happened that drove Clover to murder. I would guess after she went through the yellow door, she would have been exploring the infirmary with Alice and Kay. That seems the most likely place to find it. Anyway, this is all just a theory, right?
I mean, I get what you're saying, trust me.
We don't have any proof, so keep it quiet, okay?
Man, how can Clover kill someone with a smile like that? Legitimately, I'm thinking about commissioning a Clover emote. I'm not even kidding. I really like the idea that she smiles at everything.
No, nothing to tell us where Clover, Tenmyoji, and Quark went. And nothing about the old woman or Alice's murders either. Still unknown. I wonder if Clover's even alive. I sure hope so.
Did I add that? I did not, unfortunately. Usually I'm pretty lazy about adding new sound effects to my my sampler. Oh, Mio, you're still awake? So Mio, since you're Zero, I have a question. How do you feel about Clover? She's a innocent person, right? Just like you are. You have to admit, though, fact and bullshit are pretty good. I believe in you, Zero.
Yeah. Alright, let's start looking. We'll go through the crew quarters and work our way toward the elevator. Got it?
Maybe it was bugs in every version of the game and they patched it later or something.
You search rooms 1 and 2. I'll take 3 and 4.
Alright, the first person to find Clover is the killer. Alright, it ain't me. I wonder if we can check for rigor mortis or something. I'm not sure how exactly it works, but I don't know. Can we just put Luna inside the pod and test, please?
No good.
Okay. Once again, I don't care the logic of it. The first person who finds Clover is the killer, okay?
There's no one in 3 or 4. What about yours?
No one. We're good.
What's wrong? You need to get it together.
It's been a long night.
What are we doing right now?
Trying to find Clover.
Right. I know how you feel, but sitting around being miserable isn't gonna help anybody. Let's go.
Is it the same voice actress as Aegis? In that case, it'd be Karen Strassman, but let me listen to her voice again. Technically, Phi entered the room first and saw them, so therefore Phi is the killer. Okay, I don't want to hear anything about me being killers here.
They were in a blind spot.
Oh shit! Is that Samsung? Good to see you here, man. How you doing?
The security camera. Remember how we didn't see anything in the real-time feed in the security room? Yeah. Yeah. Whoever did this really didn't want them going anywhere. The chain's been looped around the pipe below the sink. Look. See the red marks on their wrists? They were trying to get the handcuffs off. Probably not. And the blood on his clothes probably came from that wound. I don't see any others, at least. If this was the only one, it doesn't look fatal. I don't think he died from this cut. Yeah. You can see the marks on their wrists from where they were injected. The tubocurarine must have killed them. They wouldn't have been able to get through the white doors without Quark. Someone wanted to use the penalty to kill them. They didn't need to tie them up. I take back what I just said. Yeah.
That they didn't need Quark?
Correct. It has 9 BP, too. There's no mistake.
Your heart stops. Your bracelet comes off.
Hey, Sigma, calm down. Just because his bracelet's off doesn't mean Quark's dead.
I mean, it's true.
In fact, this could be good news. A ray of hope. Yeah, if Quark still had his bracelet on, then he would have ended up like Tenmyoji and Clover. But he's not wearing it. That means he might have managed to avoid getting injected with tubocurarine. Yeah. Maybe he got out then. Why do you have to be so pessimistic? Have you actually seen Quark dead, huh? You need to think positive, Sigma.
This coming from you? Oh, okay, alright.
Reality is what we believe it to be.
That's an interesting one-liner, Fi. Okay.
That's enough! Quark is definitely alive. He has to be. He has to be. I refuse to believe he isn't. I can't let an innocent kid like that get killed. Examining their bodies, Tenmyoji first. Clues. To who might have killed them? Finding Quark's bracelet tells us something. If the killer saw it, that would make for an obvious motive. Right.
Yeah, and also with a number 9 bracelet, and they didn't take it. That means their objective most likely is not just to book it out, so who does that leave to be sus?
That's my guess, at least.
I know Dio for sure has a different objective. There's a reason why he wanted to participate in this game. That's why he supposedly killed the old lady.
That's odd. I can't find anything. I should have found something.
So the only people who are alive right now are what? Fi, myself, Quark, if you assume he's alive in a pod somewhere, which was certainly the case in another route, and K, right? That's it? No one else? I'm trying to think.
You remember when we ran into Tenmyoji in the rec room?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about Right, because things are kind of messed up. So if you could reattach that number 9 to you, then you could get through. But the person who killed them would have had to have known that you could unattach it somehow, and that it didn't come out because Quark is dead or something.
He sprayed our wrists with luminol. I'm sure I saw him pull the spray bottle out of his pocket. Right. I don't know. I'm gonna take a look at Clover, too. Give me a minute. Look, see your thigh? Doesn't it look like there's something written there? Sorry, I'll have to move your leg a little bit.
Okay, so 910 or 016. Or Olb, yeah, that works too.
It says 016. Hang on, I feel like I've seen that somewhere.
I'll go for Olb. Okay, let me write this down.
016. 016. I know I've seen it somewhere. It's no use. Can't remember. Anyway, these numbers have to have something to do with the killer.
Yeah, the killer is Android 16.
She must have written them after she got hit with the soparil.
It makes a lot of sense too, we're all Gokus.
There would have been a few minutes before she went all the way under when she could have done something. I think she probably used those last minutes to tell the rest of us who killed her. No, there's also Quark. I mean, I'm not saying he did it, just...
Okay, this is gonna sound really awkward, but Fi, can you move her thigh a little bit more? It's just a double check, okay?
The luminol. I think there's a very good chance someone took the spray bottle out of Tenmyoji's pocket. Well, let me ask you this. Why do you think they took it? What would they need to do in order to do that? That's it? So? And that would mean?
Okay, I'm a little curious. Hey Vayas, how you doing, man? Well, glad to have you here, man. We've been doing a lot of visual novels lately. So, I hope you guys understand that after VLR, I'm not playing a visual novel. I need a break. I think I know exactly what I'm playing after VLR too. What the? Okay, Fi. I want you to, it's gonna sound really awkward, but put your finger on K's pulse, however you're gonna do that, and then like lick the blood and just double check and see if it's ketchup or not. I don't believe that he's human, okay? I don't believe it for a fucking second. Alright, that guy ain't human. I don't believe it. Alright, let's remove the axe out of his body. See? There's oil here. It ain't blood. He's probably faking it. He's not dead. Yeah, Conception was out today, I believe, but I would have to finish VLR first. Is this really a thought that Sigma is having? I mean, yes, that is a thought he's having. I'm just saying, Sigma, really? Having this thought?
Don't make me keep saying it.
I'm sorry, man. He's just sometimes a little bit slow, okay? I am too. I fit the character, I guess, but shit.
Quark's still out there somewhere. You're being ridiculous. Look at their bodies. There's an axe buried in Kay's back, and the spear has been thrust all the way through Dio's stomach. Do you really think a child Quark's size could do that?
Can people do me a favor and type in FKO flex? Just for me. Okay, Fi, I'm gonna look you dead in the face and say yes.
Are you insane? And just when would I have done that? I've been with you this whole time.
Yes, if Fi is Goku and Android 16 exists, then she could instant teleport.
Checking their bodies like before, I decided to start with Dio. Yeah, two things actually. Take a look at this.
Myrmidons? What?
Yeah. Dunno. It's not a name I've ever heard of before. But look at the handle.
Hey, Narukami. The game's going pretty fine. I enjoy it.
You've seen it before, right?
I have, yes.
Right. From the looks of it, I guess the blade is about 15 centimeters long. I'd say it's probably about 3 centimeters tall and 3 millimeters wide. Like, wound cavity, 150 millimeters. Wound length, 30 millimeters. Wound width, 3 millimeters.
Yeah.
Right, well, wound cavity would be the depth of the wound. Wound length would be how long it is from top to bottom. And wound width would be how wide the flat end of the wound is. In other words... Right. Well, I was just eyeballing those measurements, so we can't be sure. He must have gotten it from Alice. That would match up with what we saw. Right. Well, we can look into that more later. First, I want you to have a look at something else. Don't you remember what I said? I found two things. There was the knife and... this.
I recall getting this from a room. I just don't remember what room it was. It was like a puzzle solution, and I got that as a reward.
What do you mean, that key?
There we go.
So, Alice should have had this, right? And now Dio's got it. So when Dio took the knife, he also took Kay's key. Oh man, you couldn't figure it out from the shape? Get over here.
I mean, let's test it out right now.
Picture's worth 1,000 words. Let me show you. You remember this, right?
Oh, hell yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. It's no good. Can't get it open. Maybe the suit is powered, and it needs to be on in order to open. But with this axe in here... I think so. At any rate, the key fits perfectly. I don't have any doubt it's for removing Kay's suit. I wonder... Yeah, no way we can get that mask off with our bare hands. Well, I still haven't checked him over. Let's have a look. Maybe we'll find something that'll tell us who he is. Look. A spray bottle with luminol in it.
Interesting.
Yeah. We don't know yet. Kay might have taken the spray from Tenmyoji after he died. It's possible he made it through the white doors before we did, went to the infirmary and got this. Anyway, there's something I want to see. Turn off the lights. Yeah, if Kay used the spray before he died, we might still be able to see it. That's okay. If he didn't spray it, there won't be a reaction from any of it. Come on. Alright, do it.
Okay, so everyone is dead in the game other than, what, Phi, Sigma, and Quark, and some other mystery being if they're in the game.
Thanks. Just as I thought.
Yeah, she also does Gwendolyn in Odin's Sphere.
Look, Dio's left wrist. Exactly. Because there are traces of blood on it. We've seen 5 people with serious bleeding. The old woman, Alice, Tenmyoji, and these 2 here. I'm disinclined to think this is Dio or Kay's blood, though. See? If you look, it's been wiped off. Except for the luminol, the bracelet looks clean. Why would someone wipe blood off a bracelet after being hit with an axe or stabbed with a spear, and then spray it with luminol? It doesn't make sense. Right.
Can I see the other side of your bracelets? Please, just do it.
That would have meant he was looking for either Alice's blood or the old woman's. No idea, but whatever the case, Tenmyoji seemed to think that whoever had this bracelet was Zero Sr.
Just relax, okay? That's all I needed to know. Neither one of you is Zero Senior.
Are you saying that because there wasn't any reaction from the luminol?
Yeah?
I don't know.
If Dio was Zero Senior, then I'm Jotaro, okay? Jesus.
The only thing I can say for sure is that there's a possibility that Dio killed the other 6 victims. Kay, perhaps? After he was attacked, he used the last of his strength. Huh? All of this would be over. This awful game would be over.
I mean, if Dio really is Zero Senior, maybe the AI will mention it. Might as well ask. The game is over. Zero Senior is dead. Let's walk through the freaking door, right? Rabbit? Yeah, you're good to go. Alright, cool, we're done. The hell?
An ambidex gate has been opened.
Oh shit, let's go.
45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Quark. Whatever. We need to get back to the Floor A warehouse. Hurry!
I know nothing about Quark.
Why would they run away? You must have taken one from Dio or Kay before we got to the rec room. We know they went through a white door, remember? We saw the footage in the security office. That means they had a star key just like we did. Right. That's impossible.
Fi, you haven't seen what I've seen.
You're being an idiot.
Wow.
It's much more likely he found the keycard after they died. Any ideas where to look?
Fi, out of curiosity, do you think that androids exist? I mean, I talked to you about the golem. You're willing to accept that, right? Do you think that genetic enhancement is possible in the world we exist in right now? Or like, you can use shots to make someone super buff for a few quick seconds? I mean, androids exist, Fi. I'm looking at you straight in the eye right now. You tell me.
Well, there's one place I'd like to check out. Come on.
Where would you find roids here? Androids or like roiding up?
Right. Aren't you curious? Yeah.
Oh, roiding up? Well, clearly he brought it. He brought it with him, or some of the injections end up having beneficial effects for kids, or he was always roided up and we just didn't know.
Probably belongs to the director.
Robot steroids, the best steroids.
Chairs? And that's what you think we'll find in there? Well, there could be anything in there. So no, not really. That would make things easy. We'd settle things right now and then get the hell out. You don't need to keep asking me if...
I'm going to assume that wasn't you. No, we just walked in. The fuck is this?
There's no one here.
Oh, I'm gonna open it. Okay.
Yeah, maybe Dio and Kay did that. A lion. A sun? We probably can't use it unless we know what those are. Sure, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, just as I thought.
What made you think of that as the ID, out of curiosity?
Might as well forget about this thing for now. We can't get anywhere without a password. Let's see if we can find any other clues. This is the director's office after all. If we turn the place upside down, we're bound to find something. Shall we?
A lion biting the sun. If the ninth lion ate the sun, remember death. If the ninth lion ate the sun. Interesting visual effect. Okay. That is from a previous route. Wow, we're going in already? Wait, you're serious? Does this fit, out of curiosity? Okay. Pat. Damn it! Come on, man. All right. What happens if I hit back? Does it lock me out of the route? No, just to be continued. Okay, so I have a simple question. Is it actually possible for me to continue? The book is open, so it must mean it's possible. I guess so. Okay, so then I can move from here to here, finish that out, and come back to here. Okay, first, I'm going to use the restroom. And I'll be right back. All right, before I go, I should probably announce a few things. So hang on, let's go over here. And bam, okay. So there are two streamers in FinestKO. I am Koopa, I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. Tomorrow I should still be streaming this game. I was a little bit exhausted on Sunday, so I apologize for not streaming then, but I'm glad that most people seem to understand. What was it again? And the other streamer is Spirit Juice. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. PST. Tomorrow, when I stream this game, I might be a little bit late because I know that Scott, Tommy, and I are going to... this is a local monthly thing that happens where I live, where a bunch of food trucks gather and they show off their food. And it's been like... It's not exactly a tradition, but it's something that we like to go to and, grab food and hang out. So I'm doing that tomorrow. Let me see what else. Oh, here we go. So anyway, we are FinestKO, a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know when we stream and when events happen, I highly recommend that you follow us on our Twitter account. Let me go ahead and put that there for you. There we go. So if you want to know when streams and events happen, twitter.com/FinestKO and facebook.com/FinestKO. If you want to follow me personally, twitter.com/FaceKoopa. You can ask me any questions about visual novels I read, movies, play me in fighting games, whatever. It all works out. And you can join our Discord if you don't use Twitter or Facebook. Our Discord also announces streams and events, and it happens to be the only place where I announce after our hangouts. So if you want to hang out with us, watch a movie or something, Discord's the place to go. Okay, I will be right back really quickly. I think I'm going to do two things. Get some ice cream and use the restroom. I just realized something. If I don't really like puns, as people probably know by now, I just don't like puns. I'm not that kind of guy. But I was finding the language puzzle really funny. So why is that the case? Why do I not like puns, right, which use language and has, I guess, a degree of quirky wittiness to it, but I don't like it compared to, say, like that word puzzle we did earlier. That was like hilarious to me. We'll go here first, I guess. It could be. Okay, so this is betraying
30 seconds remain
Luna, I think is the correct decision to move on to the other route.
I would have chosen ally regardless. I mean, Sigma's going to be my opponent, and I trust him.
Ugh, that hurts my heart. I don't want to betray that trust.
10 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
All right, look away, guys. Oh man, I'm not ready to look at.
Results from round 2 of
All right.
the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
Luna, just don't look at the score, okay? I'm your ally at heart.
Please direct your attention to the results screen.
There was no reason to betray.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Sigma, why? You promised. How could you? Why won't you say something? At least give me an excuse. Say you wanted to protect everybody, or you slipped and hit the wrong button. Anything. I don't care if it's a lie. Just say something. I can't trust you anymore, can I? I see.
Wow, that did not feel good.
All right then. You did it so that you could get more points, right?
Okay, Luna, would you believe me if I said I did it because I need to have more information? And I've seen where our future rests, and I want to prevent you from dying. That's the reason why I betrayed you in the game. You wouldn't believe me.
Trusted you. Goodbye.
Oof. Okay. Rio, no! We can go back in time.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Isn't it obvious? I'm going to look for Quark.
Hey! Wait!
Tenmyoji, you're going to go look for Quark, right?
Yeah. So?
I want to help.
No thanks.
Really?
Much as I'd like to say that, I need all the help I can get. Think you can give me a hand?
Of course. Let's go.
Man, I feel every bit as bad for making that decision, okay? See, even Clover's not smiling.
He went off toward the yellow door while you and Luna were talking. Yes, he did check the results before he left.
Oh my god, you guys think I'm a villain.
I imagine he would. Fortunately, Phi is much too clever for that. That was why I chose Ally. It was an easy decision. Perhaps. But I made a promise to Phi.
Alright, so pretty much I'm writing this one out for more information.
Of course not, I'm not an idiot. I didn't really have a choice, though. The only option was to trust him. Yeah, don't you think that's important? Trusting someone, I mean. Alright, we should go and look for Quark, too.
Yeah, that helped
Indeed.
pretty hard.
Best we split up, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think trusting someone is really important too, guys. Wow, that's a really good emote. Who made that? Lele? I trust you too, T-Log. I'm glad someone in the chat trusts me. Oh man, every day I get bullied in the chat. Sometimes I think to myself, what other streamer is used to this? At least it's not like nefarious or malicious bullying. It's just people calling me a bully. That hurts me, man. What the hell? You found him already? Man, DJ, when was the time I ever betrayed your trust in Betrayal Legacy? You remember that one time you were gonna swing on me? You were gonna swing on me and try to kill me, right? And I didn't even know who the hell I was. Right. I didn't try to kill you. I only tried to kill you after I realized who I was.
Wouldn't be here if I hadn't. Like I'm gonna tell you that. You broke your promise to Luna. I don't like people who break promises.
Wow, okay. I don't have a rebuttal for that. You're right, Temioji. I'll hold it.
Ha! Oh, you got some balls saying that, acting like you give a shit about him. He's just sleeping. Seems somebody shot him up with some kind of anesthetic. Hell if I know. And honestly, I don't really care anymore. Quark's safe. Now, all I have to do is get him out of here, and this'll all be over. I can. Well, he can. Didn't you see the results? Quark's PP is... Exactly. Yeah, of course, he's gonna need my help to do that.
Three. Now, maybe some of you are thinking. You're thinking, oh ho. If my BP is too low, then I'll just have someone with enough BP open the door. And I'll just slip through when it's open. Well, that's not gonna happen. If you think you can be sneaky, well...
Think I don't know that? Doesn't matter, though. So long as Quark is safe, then I...
Wow, really? We're just treated like a punching bag. I got dragged around by Kay. I got kicked by an old man. Who else hit me? I'm trying to remember. Oh, right. Also Kay. Bully Luna? What are you talking about?
Sorry. Door's almost open, so it's time I was on my way. Believe me, I know, but I gotta stay with him as long as I can. Couldn't live with myself if I just tossed him out there unconscious, you know? Can't do that. There's a killer here. It's too dangerous. I can't take that risk with Quark's life.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
See ya.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked. Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
That was really fast. Pretty much there's no reason to betray her. You learned nothing. Alright, got it. Got that out of my system. Alright. I have a question to the chat. Can I actually go down this path? The novel is open, but I need the password, right? The ID and password. So I guess my only question is, do I actually have the knowledge of the ID and password right now? Okay. Perfect. Alright. So then, purely out of curiosity, if I were to randomly open up a game facts guide, and I put in the ID and password, does it function? It does? I'm not gonna do that. But okay. Alright. So I have a question for the chat now. Do you want a completely different route? Let's go down a middle route, for example. Or do you want to experience all the way over here? Whichever is fine by me. So 1 for finish up this section. 2 for a completely different route. So like 2 or 3, for example. So the first to 5 is the one I choose. We got 2, 1, 1, 1. 2, 1, 4 to 5. Okay, so we're finishing up this route. The password is password 9.
Choose.
Okay. Pretty sure I chose ally last time. Because I would only ally people until now. Oh god, are we really betraying Luna again? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I feel like a scumbag every single time I look at Luna, and I'm like, yeah, I did it because I need to look and get more information. It would have been better to betray her at first, being paranoid or something.
Well, you chose betray because of what I... Don't worry. You made the right choice. Well, Zero will tell you if I lied or not.
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Siggy! FinestKO! Hey, what are you kids doing over there? We're about to announce the results.
You'll see in a minute. Let's go, Sigma.
Good. Looks like you're all here. Finally,
Let's get ready to rock!
Ambidex game!
Man, I'll be honest. Can you imagine auditioning for this game, and then you're like, I really want to be the rabbit. Right? Like, oh my god, this role looks like it would be so much fun to do. But like initially you'd be like, I want to be like the Sigma, the main character, and Sigma has no lines. Like, oh fuck, damn it! Right? Like, yeah, sure. Here's your line. Say nothing. Right? Fuck. I want to audition as the killer. Man.
Round 1!
The results!
If everybody would please direct their eyes to this monitor.
Betray. Oh, well, betray ally. Yep. Not hard to forget that one. Now we got 3 people who are desperate.
Here are the results from your game. Now, let us check the numbers on our bracelets.
Sigma? Why did you and Vi do that? All we had to do was choose ally 3 times, and we could all escape together. After this, we only would have needed 2 more rounds and we would have all had 9 points. But now we... Why?
Okay, Luna, stop. What have I told you that that I've been down that route before, where in one future we all get 9 points and Zero kills us all anyway, and the only way to save us all is to betray at the very beginning, so Zero is entertained and doesn't kill the entire facility with a bomb. Luna, it's the truth. I promise you it's the truth. I would never betray you for absolutely no reason.
It was me. I told him to betray you.
What?
There's a way to get out faster. If you're successful twice with Betray, you'll get 3 points each time, which gives you 6. That means you'll have 9 BP after the second AB game.
I know that. Is that why you chose Betray? So you can escape before the rest of us?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to get out first or anything. Just wanted to have a little leverage.
How is leverage supposed to help you?
Well, I was planning on getting out of here with everybody else, and
You're lying. What makes you think I'm going to believe that?
Hey, what were you thinking?
I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't think you'd choose ally.
What? You really think I'd betray you?
Well, no. That's what I thought at first.
But Kay told you to choose betray, didn't he?
Yes, I did. I was sure you would vote similarly.
Are you listening? I'm not going to vote betray against Clover.
Is that so? You never considered that we might choose to...
What?
Clover would never choose that, of course. But what if I was your sole opponent? I understand it might seem strange of me to say this, but who would trust a man who hides his face? If I were in your position, I would be quite certain my masked opponent would choose Betray.
Well, but it wasn't just you. Clover was there too.
Yes, she was. But if I'd chosen to end an argument by force, do you think she would have had any chance? I was certain you'd choose Betray for that very reason.
So that was why you did it?
Yes.
After he explained his thinking to me, I thought he had a good point.
It's all right. I understand.
I'm so sorry.
I apologize. This is very unfortunate.
The past is the past. There's no point complaining about it. I'll just have to try and get those points back in the next AB game.
Let me give you a little warning, Tenmyoji. That little shit is a hell of an actor. I'll bet you money he's a born con man.
Alright, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit auto.
I don't know what he is to you, but if I were you, I'd trust that kid as far as I could throw him, and at your age, that can't be much.
And I'm going to get some tea, so I'll be right back.
You hearing me, old man? Keep an eye on him.
Zero, when does the next round start?
What makes you think we'll be having another round?
Well, you said round 1. If there's a round 1, then there's likely a round 2.
Besides, didn't you say the goal of the AB game was to get 9 BP? That's impossible without a second round.
Oh, yeah. I guess you got a point. You're right. There will be a second round.
When?
I don't know.
Why not?
The voting happens when an AB gate opens.
They're already open.
Right you are. So, let me just close them.
Okay, I am back. So can I skip or not? I can. Perfect.
If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be Tambioldi.
Or alas.
Or Mooney.
The people who are gonna die? Let me guess. Yep, figures.
Or maybe everyone.
What?
Why?
Yeah. Why am I going to die?
I guess.
I see. Alice, Luna, and I only have 1 BP. That means we'd have less than 0 if we lost 2 points.
What? What the hell? This is important stuff. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier?
This is pretty fast. Hey, DJ or Smack Dave, do either of you have Fightcade? I mean, it's free, so. Let's see, Flo? I think it's just getting information. Okay, so mostly similar. Fightcade is just GGPO. You've never played, like, I don't know, Third Strike using GGPO before? Or JoJo's using GGPO? Or ST using GGPO? Don't use your tablet for gaming. Fair enough.
I shall head for the lounge.
Wow.
We're almost out of time. I'll just explain it as fast as I can. Just like before, there are only 3 possible combinations.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what this is already, so I'm gonna just keep moving through.
Three.
I'm not. I had an.
Oh dear. Seems I'm not wanted.
This might be new though. I'm not going with K. I had enough of that last time. Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with you. K is still sus.
I'd like Luna to come with us.
No, Luna. You don't want to go with Dio.
Huh? Me?
Need someone gullible for the next round?
Hey, shut up. Aren't you my partner?
Maybe. But I don't want her to think that means I agree with you.
You betrayed me last time, Fi. And Dio, you betrayed Tenmyoji.
Ah, come on. Didn't I tell you? It was Quark who...
Dio! Stop saying that!
Anyway, Fi and I won't be choosing Betray this time. Your BP's 1 right now, isn't it? If you chose Ally and we chose Betray, what would it be?
-1. I'd die.
I didn't want to say it straight out, but... yeah, we're not gonna go that far just to get out of here. Right, Fi?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to take a chance on you. Yes, I've made up my mind.
Then that means Quark and I will be going with K, since it looks like Alice is pretty determined.
Man, if Luna dies, I will hate Dio forever. And if Fi does it, I don't even know what to say.
Yes, I am.
Then I get to go with Alice again. I'm totally good with that. What I did to Alice last time was really bad. I want to try to make up for it.
So we're going with option C then? That means each group is going through a complementary door. Sigma, Alice, and Clover are going through the red door. Tenmyoji, Quark, and Kay are going through the green door. And finally, Dio, Luna, and I are going through the blue door. Any objections?
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close.
Let's go!
3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
I spent 0 time with Tenmyoji and Quark. I have no idea who they are as people.
There are 3 doors, but it looks like they're all locked.
I wonder what this thing does.
Well, it's got a lever.
Can you pull that, Sigma?
I guess you're right, Overworld.
It opened the door on the right.
Oh shit, I just realized. Cheer or gift a sub now to be number 1. So, can I be the number 1 gift subber in my own channel?
Details, details. Hardly seems important to me.
Okay, alright. The first person to say that Luna is innocent and so am I gets a sub. Go!
They gave us the way forward. I say we take it.
And by I mean Koopa.
Come along now.
Alright, I'll take that, Grey Wolf. you get that sub. Hell yes! Alright, there we go. Someone believes me in the chat. Wow, Grey Wolf hurting my heart here.
Whoa! This is amazing! Who'd ever need this much underwear?
What?
Well, I mean, all these boxes and stuff are panties, right?
What makes you think that?
And there are a lot of boxes. Isn't that what it said on the door?
Clover dear, it didn't say panty.
Pantry?
It's where you keep food.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I guess that makes more sense.
Okay, so I've seen this room multiple times and it does not look fun.
I'd say it's a water storage tank.
It's totally full of water.
The stuff on the shelves looks like it's mostly bread, maybe a few pastries, but no panties.
For the most part, we haven't been with Clover. I don't remember it that many times.
Clover was right that there's a lot, though. I'd have to agree.
Maybe it's where they quarantine sick people.
Didn't we tell you about Radical 6?
I guess that story really was true.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have a completely new route now. Well, not completely new, but it's mostly new. Thank you, Irby Bull, for the tier 3 sub again. Really appreciate that, man. You know what? I'm gonna get a new piece of paper and start writing more notes. I'll be right back really fast. My paper's like right over there.
Me either. Giving us food is all well and good, but no spare underwear? That's unforgivable.
Seriously?
Okay.
How long are you guys going to keep making fun of me for that?
So it is 11:06. go. Okay, Radical 6. Virus. I just gotta remember that thing. Alright, so I really hope this puzzle is not a gigantic pain in the ass. Okay, so that is for story notes. This is for puzzles. Let's go. 5x5 grid of metal boxes. Okay. Oh damn, this song is banging. Wow, calling me a traitor. Alright, take it easy, Daryl. How about the times I chose to ally with people? No one mentions that? Good guy Koopa allying with Luna twice? The blue ones are Saturdays and the red ones are Sundays? Sure, I guess I'll write that down. Five out of 7. 7 out of 30. These are Sundays. Saturday is blue, which is 11 out of 11. So 1 out of 13 and 3 out of 27, or 327 rather, is the weekdays. Okay. What the? Whoa, what was that sound? Warm drawer. Alright. Locked? Maybe this? Alright, combine this with this. You know, I have a question. For people who played this game, has your interest in participating in an escape room been more influenced by the game, I guess? I know it has for me. I really want to do this in real life, not the survival game aspect. I want to do the puzzles. There's a square hole down there. You can slide the ice cubes by clicking and dragging the mouse or using the arrow keys. Move the ice cube with something in it to the hole in the front. You can slide 4 of the ice cubes, but there is a limit to the number of times each one can be moved. Once you reach a limit, the ice cube will freeze in place. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done an escape room before, so I'm really looking forward to trying it in the future. Okay, so the solution is get that into there, obviously. So the question is, how do you reproduce that? Okay, and then it freezes in place, which is also the issue. Okay, so how many moves again until it freezes? 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay. Okay, so what is an easy way to create a solution here? If I can have blocks here and I push it downwards, that would be a solution. How would you create that? I guess I'll experiment for now. There's nothing wrong with that. So the issue is I need to... Well, I mean, it hasn't solved it. Okay. So ideally, let me see here. If I had a block here and a block here, bam, bam. But the issue is getting it to this position. So the solution is here, or here, or here, but I see it making here, making sense. Let's see, how about... I guess the first question is moving up an option? It is. Can you freeze? Yeah, you can. Alright, got it. I guess we'll start with an obvious option. So is it the right side first, or is it the left side first, right? Okay, so that freezes it there. And that freezes it there. So again, the solution is I need to get this to here somehow. How is that possible? It's frozen, so I can't do it like that. But actually, out of curiosity. Yeah, I can't move that. Once it's frozen, it's stuck, period. Okay. Try the right method again, see if there's anything else. Okay, which gets it stuck here. I mean, that's obviously not the solution, but... Is there actually a solution using the bottom as well? Because then it would be something like... You just shove 3 of these cubes on the bottom, you shift down, and you move up afterwards. So is that actually possible? I mean, what would be the easiest way? I would need 3 of them. Or I'll need to freeze it like right here. Huh. That ain't a solution. Try them. Well, that doesn't solve the issue. Okay. Yeah, I wish. Okay, hang on. Obviously, that's not a solution. Jesus. This is torture. Okay, if I can get a block there, it solves the issue. Okay, get a block here. So, 1... How'd I get a block there? Frozen. Can't shift it down. I mean, I was thinking about the solution of having 3 blocks here, and then you just shove it down middle, and you go into the center. But I don't see how you properly get things chucked down there. Yeah, I'm always 1 off. Wait, are you saying that I found a solution and I missed it? Okay. Now I'm trying to remember how I got there. Yeah, but I still haven't seen the right position for it. So clearly I've gotten it multiple times. I didn't understand that I had the right position. I think it was something like this. Again? Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing, unfortunately. Never mind. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, alright, I apologize for that one. Yeah, because the funny thing was I did say that the solution to the puzzle was getting something right there. Or the 3 at the bottom, which didn't look possible. And I was like, okay, alright. Visitor ID? Hey Felipe. How you doing? Man, after I'm done with tonight's stream, I just want to play Third Strike. No, seriously. Yo, Sam, how you doing, man? You done with Divinity? How was it? Number of ration boxes insufficient? Cannot verify presence of acidic water vessel. Please rectify. Cannot verify presence of a neutral water vessel. Please rectify. Okay, got it. Well, I know where they should be at least. I guess the question is, what kind of water is this? Well, is there any other place that get water here? This? Oh, already? Okay. Are you playing skeletons as well? Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man. You have found a nutritional management chart and nutritional balance chart. You can review them in the archive. Sure. Nutrient balance. One week. And these subjects, for their nutrient balance, have to meet these standards, I'm guessing. Okay. I'll see when it's relevant, then I'll play it. Hey, Scott, out of curiosity, will you show me how to Kara Raging Demon if I bring Third Strike to your house? Just want to double check. Wow, you're gonna keep that secret too. Wow, all right, Scott. I mean, the issue is that I can't fit my fingers onto the hitbox. PH skill, and you can review it in archive. Ionized water, drinking water, beauty products. Neutral is here, base is here, basic acid. Okay, got it. Out of curiosity, what's that warm water like right now? Okay, never mind. What's in here? This is like a huge mess, man. The columns are labeled with letters A through G, so you've got 7 columns per section, 4 sections means 28 columns total. Oh, I'm impressed, Alice. I can't do math in my head like that. Does clicking on anything do anything? Up here, maybe? Can I click up there? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, I guess I can't function anything yet. I mean, the buttons on a hitbox are 24 millimeters, so it's obviously smaller than a regular arcade stick. I'm already not liking what this puzzle is going to look like. Okay. The day the man was abducted. Sure. Okay, I'll write that down. Out of curiosity, for anyone who's been paying attention to the stream, have we encountered the puzzle that you've hated the most in this game yet? You have found a note on the back of the calendar. You can review it in the archive. Nope, not yet. Okay, I'm looking forward to that then. Alright, fine. 557? Dates to me. Okay. The day the man was abducted. This pours the water out. Do I have a glass or something? Oh, yeah. Okay, so basic was in... Hang on. Calendar notes, nutritional charts, pH. 7 is drinking water. 9 is ionized. Alright, got it down. Basic water. Sorry, I get rid of water there. Okay. Well, that's 0 right now. That's 3. I changed the water when I did that. Okay, hang on. Where would I pour this again? That's currently just +3 right now, though. So, I'm changing the water when I click on this again, right? Yeah, it's not like I'm dumping it. I have 2 basic waters, so can I combine it? What? Can I combine it like this? Hang on, I'll just test. So this one has water in it. This has water. It will have water in it. That's +6 total if I add it together. Can I combine it? Can I combine it with this? No. Okay, that still isn't the right amount. That's plus what? That's +6 right now. So +2 + 2 is 10. Will it function that way? I'll test it out. Yeah, I'll take the screen just a second. Give me a second. Content of neutral water vessel incorrect. Please rectify. But they made no mention of the content of neutral water vessel incorrect. But they didn't mention anything about the basic water. Okay, fine. Let's say neutral water is just 0 then. Okay, I'm gonna put that in. It's the neutral water, not the acidic water. Okay. Okay, I'll just pretend that -3 is acidic. Okay. And we'll go neutral as 0. Okay, let's give it a shot. Content of acidic water vessel incorrect. Content of neutral water vessel incorrect. But no mention of the basic. I mean, am I just guessing? I'm confused. Okay, well, 3 plus 3 plus 1 is drinking water. Is that how it functions? Okay, so 3 plus 3 plus 1, is that how it's thinking? I guess. In which case, that would be 7, acidic water. So... I will test it, I guess. I tried -3 before, I will try -1. Just work it down, I mean, it's possible elimination. Does that function? Sure, I'll try -2. Okay. So, how was your day so far, guys? Number of ration boxes insufficient. Ration boxes. These things up here? Okay, I'm going to assume it's relevant to these days, and I put it up there, so let's go. So I want 113. So this is 1, 1. So hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, clear. I understand something here. Do I not grab it like that? What? I don't want to betray Luna, man. I also like Luna. She seems like a really swell person. The box is relevant, but that's not how you access it. Okay. And again, I can't click up there. Maybe you access it with a panel or something? Up here? Empty beaker. Can't grab that. That doesn't function yet. Do you have a card in me anymore? No, I don't. Can't grab these. Okay, what else could it be? Can I access the thing on top? No. Okay. Enter the most appropriate option in the blank area, then press the check button. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Wasn't exactly something I was expecting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10, 11, 12. Okay, let's see what I have here. I have 11, 11, 1, 13, 3, 7 thing, I think is what I wrote there, or is it 27? It might be 327. Okay, just click on anything and look at it first. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the days of the week, I guess. And then another number. Okay, so look at this wall again to figure it out. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, yes. So it gives me a section, I guess. Sure. Okay, so let's say that's the case then. So we're looking for what? 113? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That is E in the E section. And it's the 1, 2, 3? I'm just guessing at this point. I'm not exactly sure. Okay. And what was the final thing that it wanted me to do? 1, 2, 3. E. Is it the date? It's in the 1, 2, 3 section. Pretty sure it's an E. Okay, maybe I read wrong. That's not it either. Okay, so clearly I'm misunderstanding something here. Okay, did I read the numbers wrong? Let's look at that first. It is 113. That is 327. That is 57. That is 730. And that is 1111. What else would it be? Well, I mean, these could label the sections, I guess. Okay, fine. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The hell? Game? Thank you. You know what? I should save in case the game crashes. Am I sure it's 113? I mean, I'm just guessing based on what this says right here. And I think Clover said they were days of the week. 5 pages on the day calendar. January 13th, March 27th, etc., etc. Well, there are things missing, like this spot right here, and these spots up here. Unless it's saying, like, I subtract from that or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Color is missing? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm not sure I get it yet. I'm not sure how, Wait, what the hell is this? Okay, I have a simple question. Is this line relevant? No, okay. Okay, well, I'm missing... A1... I'm not sure if it's going to be relevant. I'll try it to try to understand. I'm missing A1, B1, C1, D1, E1, F1. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm not sure if that's what you're supposed to do, but I'll give it a shot. 1, 2, 3, C2. What the fuck? Whatever. I'll test it out just to see if it's the case. That's not it. Did I count wrong? I'll try the other one to make sure. It's not counting wrong. Do you count this as well? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. F2. In the 1, 2, 3 section? Is that how it functions? That's so weird. That doesn't make any sense. That's not it either. Additionally, each section has rows numbers 1 through 14 and letters A through G assigned to 7 columns. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. I guess I'll print screen this. Yo, Wilhelmy, thanks so much for the sub, man. Okay, so here. Got this. Save. Okay, and then I want the other one, please. First half, second half. Print screen this. Okay, so now I simply open up the file. Where did I put it? Oh my god, please. I saved it on the desktop, right? Desktop. That is 2-3G. Okay, I think this one right here. Alright, so now I have both files open with a reference point. Let's go ahead and minimize this a tad bit right here. Put this over here. Put this over here. Because I'll minimize it further, make it easier. That's so hard to read! Okay, Oh, why don't I just take a picture of my phone? Okay, I'll do that instead. Give me a second. Oh, right, I can do this. Okay. There we go. Speaking of phones, have you guys heard about the... God, what do you call it again? It's like a foldable phone. Are those things doing well nowadays? Okay, taking a picture of that. Bam. And now this one's next. Bam. Okay. So now I got 2 reference points. Alright, where's gallery? Here it is. Yeah, I heard there were options. Sorry, I heard there were problems with the foldable phones, but honestly, I want to get a new phone. But it's super expensive to get a foldable phone, right? It's a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to solve alongside with me, awesome. I want you to do that. It'd be great. Okay, so there are things missing. And I guess I will try to match it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. And there's one missing on the bottom here. And I'm saying it's 113, then it's... I mean, is it the exact same thing as the others? This looks the same as that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out the logic of this puzzle. That's it. If I can figure that out, then we're good to go, right? E4, 5, 6, E3. Nope. Clearly, that's not it. Okay. Could I just try another date and see what happens? Well, I want 1111. So this far right here is clearly the dates. It looks exactly like the calendar. And I want 1111, which is... here? 2 from the bottom. 1111's right there. That is B11. $10, $11, $12, V11? Do I subtract all these days from each other? How does that even make functional sense? Well, I mean, I think it deals with the colored notes as well. I mean, these are dates. If I can just simply grab the right one, then that's a thing that I put into this, I'm going to assume. And then once I'm done with that, I'm pretty sure I've solved the puzzle. But the problem is I don't understand the logic of what it's asking me, other than I'm trying to look for a certain slot. That's it. That's the issue. I don't understand how I can communicate to it. So there's a problem with me recognizing what the puzzle is. You sure B11 is 1111? I mean, clearly it's not, right? Because if it were 1111, it would function and I would get it. They said the color was relevant to the day when you check the notes. Red was Sunday, blue was Saturday. Correct. Ah, that's right. 1111 is gray, and I need it to be a Sunday. Let's check that really fast. Are Sundays red? I didn't write that down. Actually, I did. 5 out of 7 is red. So red Sundays. 1111 is a Saturday, so that's blue. And weekdays are black. I guess I'll call that gray. Okay, so then the simple question is, if I originally thought that this was 1111 and it's on red, can I just simply move to A11? I'll test it out first. It's a red. Well, what's the logic of that? Am I subtracting by 7 or some shit? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. I'm missing 6. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't make any sense. I'll try A11 first, see what happens. Okay. So if it's not that. Wait, couldn't I just... Is this puzzle actually able to be... I mean, I'm looking for a red piece, right? So what's stopping me from just doing this over and over? And it's on the 11th section, right? I already tried A11. What's stopping me from doing... Hang on. It will stop me from doing that. Okay, so now I'm checking to see if it has anything to do with just mashing this. Nothing. Can someone give me another clue, please? I simply do not understand what it's asking me. Right, 1111 was blue. Or rather, it wants it to be blue. Check the number on the desktop? On the desktop? The fuck? Why did I write down 1111 as red? What the hell happened? Go check the number on the desktop. 113. You see it's black, so look at the calendar. I don't get it. I'm sorry, I really do not understand. What? Look on the wall and find it. You are looking at January 13th in the calendar. Yes. Is this not January 13th? Right here? Okay. Fifth along, third down. E, 1, 2. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 1, 1. The gap is here. 2 is here. I'm looking for this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down by 2. 1, 2. The entire wall? Including this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Look at all 4 walls. You mean, are you saying this entire section here is one thing together? I don't understand. Here, how about this? Give me the solution to the first answer. I don't understand a single thing they're saying. Give me the solution to the very first answer, and I'll try to like figure it out by process of elimination. Can you try 1, 2, 3, E3 in a computer? Sure. Okay. So I did write down E3 at one point. 1, 2, 3, E3 must be the solution to 113. So the question now is why? Let's take a look at it. Okay, 1, 2, 3 is the section. E3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yes. Okay. Now that I know that, I'm gonna try 5, 7. 5, 7 is this section here. Okay, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is 30. This is 5, 1. I'm looking for 5, 7. 5, 7 is here. Diagonal to this. So, down 1. Once again, you get the calendar. You get the calendar, match it up. Don't count this or this, start from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down 2. 1, 2. Okay. I want 5, 7. 5, 7 is in this section. It should be. Double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's missing down here. Should be in the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. A2. 4, 5, 6, A2. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, again. Count from the first row. It's 3 down. Okay. Whatever, grab this first, dude. Four, 5, 6 wall starts on the 4th month, not the 5th. Seven, 8, 9, 8, 2. I don't fucking get it, man. Four, 5, 6 wall starts on the 4th month, not the 6th. The 5th month is on 4, 5, 6, but it's almost halfway down. Where's 5, 7 on the calendar? Well, let me see. Two. 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1. 5, 1 is here. 5, 7 is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A7, 4, 5, 6. I've done 5, 7 already. I've done 1, 13 already. 7, 30. Let's try again. 5, 7. 6, 1. Give me the other one, please. I want 7, 30. 7, 30 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 from the top. Is there a gap here? There's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 30, right? Yes, it is. 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9, what? A6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9, A6. Did I just what? Did I just do that? No? Okay. Why did I write 7, 8, 9 there then? Whatever. Okay. So I did 7, 30 cross 11, 11. Where's 11, 11? 11, 11 is this is the section. 11, 11. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4 across. 1, 2, 3, 4 across. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be D4. 10, 11, 12, D4. No, I know exactly why now. So, here, let me show you what I recorded, or what I saved. So this, for example, is a calendar that I print screened, right? So I assumed that not sure how else to put this. Because it's all gobbled up together, it's hard to tell when a date starts. So, for example, if you're looking for let's go 7/13, right? So you go by 1, 2, 3, 3 down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 down, 5 across. You look for the relevant calendar, as you can tell, based on the amount of spaces, right? You can check like that, and then you go with the count that you just did. So whatever number it was, like 5 across, 3 down, and then you find it. Okay. 10, 11, 12, D4. 10, 11, 12, D4. Did I do that already? Type it right now. I must have. It's right there. 1, 2, 3. Did I do 11, 11 yet already? Nah, I've lost track of where I am. Okay. 11, 11. Hey, give me a second. I'll just double check. It'll be fast. 11, 11. 11, 11 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. 6 down. 6 down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 across, obviously. Okay. Six down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. G6. G6, 10, 11, 12. $11 is done. So I don't think I've done 327 yet. Hang on. 327. Where's 3? 3 is all the way down here. Okay, 327, right? 327. 27 is... right here, I think? Should be B14, I guess. I'll check that really fast. 1, 2, 3, B14. I don't know how that was so confusing. So, I think the reason why was I couldn't find the start of the dates on the calendar because it was so scrunched up. So then where did the assumption happen here? Yeah, now I can't understand why I didn't see that. Did I have E3 on my first attempt and I messed up, and then that threw me off? Because I just solved that last one simply by looking at the calendar. I didn't count a single thing. I was like, it's right there. Was 1, 2, 3 E3 a solution? Because I had it written down on my page. And it was before you guys said anything. I have it written right here. Whatever. I don't care. Maybe... God, man, that was messy. I'm not happy about that at all. You were counting the entire line, including where there's no box. Counting the entire line, including where there's no box. Okay, whatever. We're past this. Let's move. Rearrange the orders of the ration boxes so that they match these values. By dragging a box over another one, you can swap them. Oh dear God. By dragging over a box, you can swap them. Okay, so... Oh boy, here we go again. And then I need nutritional balance chart, staff nutritional balance chart. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, I've gotten that. Now all I need to do is just find where I put the other one. Hang on. This I'm looking for. Where is it? Where is it? Found it. Okay, so now I have this as a reference. Okay. Rearrange the order by dragging them? Okay. This is okay. This is the data. We are doing... I want to look back at it, dude. What are the references that match these values? By dragging a box over another one, you can swap them. Okay. We're looking at B. B wants... B doesn't want this much carbohydrates. It wants down... It wants to lose 3. It wants... Okay, so B, write it down. B wants -3 carbs. It also wants -1 protein. And it wants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. -6 fat. So, if you're wondering what I'm doing, this is the 0 line. That's what I'm saying, okay? So if B wants -3 carbohydrates, 1, 2, 3, it needs to be here. This needs to be empty. That's how I'm looking at it right now. Okay. So now I look at the value of these foods to try to figure it out. So then the question is, when I shift this, what happens? -2. Did the fat go up? The fat didn't go up. I can shift it with other people's foods. Is that correct? I can. Okay. Alright. So 1 is okay. He wants to have... So I need to find the basic value of this. Alright. B wants how many total? He wants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He wants a total of 7 carbohydrates. So B is 7 carbs. He also wants how much protein? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 protein. So the line is 10, I think. He wants 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 what? Fat or something? 4 fat. Okay, next. C. What does C want? C wants... This is 10, right? Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 is the number next to the line. He wants 8 carbohydrates. Okay, so C wants 8 carbs. He wants... Jesus, this is 8? 10, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. C wants 8. -2. -2 from the line is 8. Correct. C wants 10 protein. How many fats does he want? He wants 9 fat. Alright, D. What do you want, D? D wants 8 carbs. He wants 11 protein. And he also wants 9 fat? 9 fat, yes. E wants 9 carbs. 10 protein, 10 fat. Okay. Alright, A is currently solved since it says okay. I want to have B, 7 carbs, 9 protein, 4 fat. What is it right now? It is at 8 carbs. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, because 10 is right here, -2. Okay. I need to subtract a carb from him. He wants 9 protein. Subtract a carb, subtract a protein. Lower the fat like crazy. What has a lot of fat in it? This, whatever the hell this is a lot of fat. Okay. Take the fat down. You need 4 fat, is that right? 4 fat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lower the fat again. What is this? This is fat. Take it out. Too much fat. Bitch, stop! Oh my god, start all over again. Okay, again. Yes, less fat. Less fat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lower the fat even harder. Okay. What has tons of fat? This has tons of fat. Get that out of there. Raise the fat up by 1. What does he have on his meal? He has soup. Okay. No fat, no fat, no fat. Get that shit out of here. Okay. This has 2 fat in it. Does he need more protein or more carbs? Carbs, he needs a total of 7 carbs. Lower the carbs. This is carb filled? Yes, it is. Okay. Give him... He needs less carbs. What has too much fat? The fish? How many carbs? 7 carbs. Fat is 3. Protein. Okay, I need to raise carbs by 1, protein by 1, fat by 1. What is this? That means I need to switch a salad with something. Another soup? Okay. Good. B is satisfied. You better be satisfied, you ass. Okay, next. C. What do you want? 8 carbs, 10 protein, 9 fat. What do you have? He has 9 carbs, 11 protein, a lot of fat. Okay, lower the fat. What is fat feeling on this thing? Okay, hang on. What is fat based? This is hella fat based. Okay, these are the same thing. Okay, he has tons of protein, tons of fat. Again, what does he want? He want 8 carbs, 10 protein, 9 fat. You're over on protein, you're over on fat. Okay, so get this the hell out of here. Okay, how much is a fish again? A fish is a lot of protein, a lot of fat. Get the fish fucking out of here. You're having salad. Okay. 8 carbs, 10 protein, 9 fat. 9 fat is satisfied. I need to switch protein and carbs. Protein and carbs. Protein and carbs. Bitch, I don't want to live this life, man. Who needs like tons of fat on them? Okay, out of curiosity. There's a lot of protein on you. This is E, right? What does E want? 9 carbs, 10 protein, 10 fat. 9 carbs, 10 protein, 10 fat. Does anyone actually have that right now? 9 carbs, 10 protein, 10 fat. I need to switch the carbs out. What's the carbs again? The hardest carb category is this. So you need to switch this out with something to balance it out. What do you have right now? More protein. Who wants that? D wants 11 protein. D wants 11 protein, 8 carbs, 9 fat. That's the one right over. Okay, alright. So I go back. No! Fuck! Jesus! I hate this shit! Can someone clip for me really fast and show me exactly what I got? Please, please. I don't want to lose that progress. Oh my. Okay. Salad. Okay. God, what was the solution for this guy again? I remember I had like 2 of these with a salad or some shit. Man, I had the solution for 1 already, and I just lost it. Whatever. Okay, 10 carbs. We're on C, right? 10 carbs. Switch whatever I had, switch it up so we can get that back again. Because that was a solution for something. 10 carbs. 10, 8, 8. No, I don't care about C. What was my answer to C before? Because if I have the answer to C, I had the answer to D. I just have to switch it up. Hang on. This is the E. That is C. Okay, so C was this, double this, and a fish. Okay, so this is the answer to D. Why is it not? D, 8 carbs, yes. 11 protein, 9 fat. Okay, where was I earlier? Okay, C was... Okay, it was this, fish here, this goes here, another fish. Done, alright. Now I just got E and C and we're done. Okay, E, what do you want? You want 9 carbs, 10 protein, 10 fat. Do I magically have it right now? 9 carbs, 10 protein, 10 fat. We're almost there. E, 9 carbs. What does C want? 8 carbs. 8 carbs for you. 10 protein, 9 fat. I gotta switch like one item out, and it solves the issue. Gonna. I don't want to think about food right now. Fuck it. Let's actually do the problem. Okay, here. E. E wants 9 carbs. What has carbs in it? We need more carbs. Give me this shit right here. Okay. I need to raise carbs by 1. Is that correct? Yes, by 1. What has a carb value of 2? The salad has a carb value of 2, but I don't think that will function. Oh. Sure. Good. I deserved that. I deserved that after that fucking calendar. Hey, look, Alice! Shh, shh. Clover, shh. I don't want to hear it right now. We all have something that we can solve on our own. All right. Moon, star, blah blah blah, star. Okay. I had a very embarrassing calendar puzzle, but I just solved this pretty simply, I guess. Okay, so the issue is that there's always 2 solutions to a puzzle, right? Let me see. Star, moon, 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 star. Yo, Enkido, do you play Third Strike? It's a good game. I'm trying to pick it up on Hitbox right now. Okay. So I guess the question is, what else do I have to solve to get a pamphlet out of this thing? Is it really another calendar? Oh, okay. It's another calendar, but I don't know what to solve for. I already got the dates. The day the man was abducted. I don't even remember the day the man was abducted. Unless this is a word puzzle or something. Was it Christmas? Or something like that? 12/25? Okay. Okay, give me a second. Where's my freaking calendar? 12:25. So 12:25 is... Here's 12. Here's 25. B13? I don't get it. No. I don't understand how I didn't see this from the beginning. It actually shocks me. I don't understand anymore. What? I really must have fucked up the very first thing. That threw me off the entire time. Like, otherwise, I don't understand why I didn't see this. What was it? It was like star... I think it was star, sun, sun with a gap in between. I don't really know if it's thinking outside the box though. It felt like you just look at the calendar and then you just count the boxes. That's why I did it on the calendar at least. Was it star? Something like this, I think, right? Whatever, archive. Pantry. What's this one? Moon, sun, sun. Okay. Well, anyway, I really appreciate you guys for being patient with me. This stream has not been kind to me when it comes to puzzles. I don't know, not you guys. This game has not been kind to me for the stream when I do puzzles. There we go, if that makes any sense. That's what I get for betraying. I don't want to betray Luna. I'll let you guys know that I actually like that character. Did you ever wonder why I didn't betray her on my very first decision? I was like, this character can't be all that wrong, man. She seems like a sweet person. Why would I hurt a person who believed in me like that? Will knows everything. Good. Good. That should be a meme.
An ambidex gate has been opened.
You thought she was a robot, though. I mean, I'm just saying, we should test it, right? We should put her in the pod and see if she's okay.
45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
One of the other teams must have done it.
But the rest of us aren't even back yet.
Yes, we did, but...
Then the team that opened the AB gate must have been the ones who went through the blue door.
That would be Luna, Vi, and Dio.
There's an explanation for that, I promise. Just tell me, have any of you seen Quark?
Oh, really? Dude, man, I legitimately am impressed by how well written that arc is and how it invokes serious feelings of trauma. Like, holy shit, that really hurt me.
It's gone.
On the other side of the green door, we found a room called the treatment center. We found our key cards and left, but on our way out, he just disappeared. No, that's not it. Look at this map.
It looks like there's a pretty big room in the middle there. What is it?
A warehouse similar to the one on floor A.
In any event, we've spent some time searching, but have been unable to locate Quark. That is a possibility. I will return and see.
I mean, I think I said it before, but I was very thankful for that section being written that way.
I'm going back through the blue door. Figure I'll take a look at the area Luna and her team were searching. Right. Thanks. Sorry about all this.
I guess there's nothing for it. I'll help look for him.
Me too.
Right, let's go. Come on, Clover.
Right behind you.
Well, I'm not tired, so I guess I'm streaming longer. I want to play Third Strike though, but no one wants to play Third Strike with me. Shit, man. The hell is this section?
It looks like a bunch of hazmat suits, probably for protection against viral or chemical agents. Yeah, that's the idea. We should ask Luna's group about them. They investigated this room first.
You should ask Luna about me. I feel too guilty to see her in the face. I can't look at her right now.
Well, let's have a look then.
I don't know. Betraying Luna was the equivalent of kicking a dog. Felt pretty bad, man.
Oh, Quark. Where the hell did you go? I should have kept a closer eye on him. If I'd just been watching.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the phrase kicking a dog is used to describe events that depict people as evidently villainous, because only a villain would kick a dog, right? I'm trying to think of any context in which like kicking a dog is justified. I can't think of a single one other than the dog in Smash Ultimate might be top tier and you need to kick the dog to win or something. Is the dog in Smash Ultimate top tier? He's not, right? Yeah, actually, that context is fine, right? If you're gonna die, and you have to defend yourself against a dog who's gonna bite you, then yeah, sure.
That's pretty close. I'll give you that. Couple differences, though.
I mean, okay, you know, we can invent contexts in which kicking a baby is correct, too. One of the baby is a zombie baby. That seriously happened in a zombie TV show that Chaos and I were watching. There was a zombie baby, and it was gonna bite someone's leg. I think he actually kicked the baby.
Have a look over there.
That sure was something else.
Yeah, seems like it. See over here? They've got a box next to him, just like the ones next to the other doors. No, first we look for Quark. All right, let's go.
Oh, this reminds me of an experiment. Not like a social experiment or anything like that. But I remember I was taking part in... Oh, I remember what it was. I was doing some type of roleplay session with the Danganronpa crew. And the person who was hosting the session gave us randomized objectives. Sort of like. They're like motivations. And then I picked a name out of a hat. And it said my motivation. I was like, what the fuck? Right? And so when I was reading this game a little while ago, I was thinking about, okay, all these characters have certain motivations, right? And like between playthroughs, between these, right, the branches, the motivations tend to be the same for obvious reasons, right? So I was thinking to myself, it's kind of easy to see how someone's going to react now that I've seen enough of their, well, not enough, but a decent amount of how they respond to certain situations. So I'm like, oh, okay. So, you know, for the most part, I can assume that Tenmyoji, unless he finds that Quark's a traitor or something, will, I don't know, go out of his way to try to find Quark and, you know, put him as priority number 1 above himself, right? But the things that I would pick out of the hat were like, my favorite food is, what was it? It was some type of peanut. I think it was a cashew, and I would only talk about cashews. I was like, what the fuck? That's my motivation? Why is my motivation cashews? And like the session was something like people died at a dinner party, and people had their obsession with food or something. And I was like, okay, this is pretty fun.
Oh, it's just you. I'm guessing you haven't found Quark? I ran into Clover and Alice in the warehouse up on floor A.
God, it's been so long. It's been like, what, a year and a half since that thing? No, maybe 2 years.
They told me about Quark and how you're all looking for him.
So he hasn't come back to the warehouse?
Nope. Maybe he just went off to ruminate on a solution to this game. Chewing his cud, so to speak. Well, that's what ruminants do, isn't it? Why would I do that? Sounds so boring. Why the hell would I be worried about some kid I've never even seen before?
I don't know. Don't you supposedly have a kid back home and a wife?
What?
For all I know, he's Zero Senior.
But you know, seriously, shit like this is why people don't like Dio, right?
He could be hiding in some swank little cubbyhole, swirling a glass of brandy and gloating. Look at all those fools running around.
That's insane!
What, there's no way? Are you sure? Nobody knows what Zero looks like. He could totally be a kid. I warned you, Tenmyoji. I told you it was a bad idea to just swallow everything that little bastard told you.
I trust Quark.
Suit yourself. Just don't come crying to me when it bites you in the ass.
Also, why did the character designer make Dio look like this? No, I don't understand. Like, what's the logic of his design? Why is he wearing a top hat? Why is he wearing that outfit? Why does he have, like... Are you from Spain? Is that why you have that red on you? You want to get killed by a bull? Because I think a lot of people want to kill you right now. Just telling you, Dio, man. Do you want to survive this game? Seriously, it's a relevant question.
Sigma. Good. You've got Tenmyoji and Dio with you. We found something. Come on, all of you. Just... You'll understand when you get there, all right? Now come on. The crew quarters.
God, if Luna's dead, I'll throw a fit. Well, I mean, I don't think Alice is a bad person. She's shown concern for at least one person other than herself. What the fuck again? Like, why?
No.
What in the world?
Your heart stops. Your bracelet comes off.
Look, man, I couldn't have killed Alice or Luna when I was struggling with calendars, okay? God, man, did they survive a single branch? I'm actually really curious about that. I want to see what it's like to actually have Luna alive and Alice. Oh yeah, she was there during the... See, so I couldn't have killed her.
Clover, I think. When Kay and I ran over, she was just kind of standing there next to the bodies. It was pretty clear they were both dead.
I think Clover killed them.
Shut the fuck up, Dio.
Me?
Don't smile, Clover.
Kill them?
You got into a fight with Alice after the AB game, didn't you? It looked like you two knew each other before you ended up here, so maybe you were trying to get her killed. None of us had any connection to her, which means you're the most likely to have a motive for murder. It's easy to see why she would have killed Luna, too. She probably caught you offing Alice, so you did her in too so she wouldn't rat you out.
And the AB game is a motive, too. Once someone's dead, they can't vote anymore. That means they'll automatically ally. If your opponent's guaranteed to ally, then that's an easy 3 points.
Okay, and you're saying that because they're both at 1 point, you thought they would betray just to play it safe, and so you killed them to get the 2 points guaranteed. That's the logic? I mean, in this route, how many people have 6 points? Let me see. Every pair at the beginning has 6 points, so...
Me and Dio.
Then that would mean Dio had a motive as well.
Yep, Alice saw him killing Luna, so he had to shut her up.
Why the hell would I do something like that?
Pay attention next time. You do it to get an advantage in the next round of the AB game.
What kind of cold-hearted bastard kills a lady for a few points?
I don't know, Dio. You tell me.
I'm more interested in Alice's condition than in her killer's motives.
I am as well.
Her clothes are barely disturbed.
If it weren't for the knife and, blood, she would look as if she was sleeping.
Well, maybe she was just killed while she was sleeping?
If she wanted to take a nap, why sit on the floor when there's a bed nearby?
That is a little strange. But a better question is, would she really be sleeping right now anyway? Hardly seems like a time for a nap.
She was probably put to sleep then. Oh, come on. How did Zero Senior knock all of us out?
So you're suggesting that Zero Senior knocked them out with the white gas, then killed them both?
Yeah. However it happened, one of the people in this room did it. Well, maybe not one of the people in this room. I forgot about somebody, didn't I?
Are you talking about Quark?
He disappears and then suddenly there's a murder? I don't know about you, but that seems pretty suspicious to me.
Ah, that's crazy. Quark couldn't have done this.
Alright, then why'd he disappear?
There must have been some kind of accident.
Then I might have it backwards. If he wasn't the murderer, maybe he was one of the murdered. Well, that would explain his sudden disappearance, right?
You son of a bitch.
Is... Dio, sometimes I want to just ask you several questions, but here's one for you. Are you aware that you're provoking people? Or are you so unaware of what you say and its effects that you just keep talking?
Whoa, calm down there, big guy.
No, I'm dead serious. It's kind of hard for me to believe in that, but then I realize this happens all the time in real life.
Don't tell me it never crossed your mind. I just said what you were all thinking.
Ten minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes.
Who am I paired up with again?
If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
It should be with
Results
Clover.
will be displayed in the warehouse.
Am I paired up with Clover? I'm trying to remember now.
Alright, time to head for the AB rooms, guys. Oh, so you're gonna abstain, huh? That's some good luck for you, Clover. Sigma was paired with Alice.
Sigma was paired up, yeah.
Sadly, it looks like she won't be able to vote during this round. If Sigma abstains, then you'll have no one voting against you. Hey, come on, cheer up. This is your chance to escape.
Escape?
That's right. Right now, your BP's at 6. Sigma's saying he won't vote, so if you choose betray...
Clover would get 3 points, bringing her to 9.
Oh, so you are going to vote? Well, you are, right? How exciting. Sigma should have 6 BP, just like Clover. That means this next round is a one-on-one fight. If one of them can trick the other one, they'll have enough BP to get out of here. Can't wait to see who wins.
This is obviously a route split, right? Of course it is. Okay.
Oh, this is definitely getting interesting.
Right. We should get to the Floor A warehouse, guys. Come on.
Well, I mean, if I'm going even longer than I'm expecting tonight, let me go ahead and grab some more water. I'll be right back really fast, okay, guys? Okay. So, I'm going to assume I make a decision here, because otherwise why would it split?
Yeah? Okay, you'll choose Ally too, right?
I wonder if she's gonna choose Betray. What did I do in my first decision? I betrayed, right? And yeah, I betrayed Luna, so she has that in her mind.
Sigma, we need to talk.
What's up, Fi?
How are you planning to vote? Yeah, I thought so. Listen to me, Sigma. Because Luna's not voting in this round. Her vote will default to Ally. Her opponent is Dio and me. That means we're pretty much guaranteed to have 9 BP by the end of this round. Luna's only got 1 BP left, but she's not wearing her bracelet anymore. You saw that, right? That means it won't do anything if her BP goes negative. Well, it's not like it can make her any deader anyway. You have to betray Clover. If you can get to 9 BP, then I'll take you with us.
Sorry, didn't you say that you wanted to beat this game completely? I understand your logic, and I don't actually think you're a bad person, but... If I got 8 points with Clover, would you wait for me? I guess it's the only question I have for you. If the answer is no... Shit, man, really? That'll be really tough.
Of course. If you don't come with us, you're gonna be stuck here for the rest of your life.
So you're saying you wouldn't wait for me? Okay.
I can't do that. You really think Dio's gonna stick around once he's got enough points to split?
Probably
You gotta
not.
make a choice here. The number 9 door is only gonna open once. If you pick Ally and Clover does too, then you only have 8 points. I promise you Dio's gonna make a break for it as soon as he can.
Actually, it depends. I don't know what Dio's objective is, but he's willing to kill someone to participate in the game. So he wants to be in the game for a certain reason. And if his goal is to get in the game to escape, that makes no sense. So he might actually wait. Unless he's already solved whatever he wanted to do, which I have no idea what it is yet.
If you want to have any chance of getting out, you need those 3 points. Now. Right. Talk to Clover? I'd have about as much luck talking to a potato right now.
Wow, that's hella rude, Fi!
I want you to come with me.
Why?
I just know that you're important, somehow.
Huh? You just... what?
No, I haven't talked to him. He's playing against Tenmyoji. Tenmyoji's only got 1 point left. Exactly.
1 minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
It's almost time. Remember what I said. You have to choose betray.
Okay, so given what I know so far, I'm pretty sure Tenmyoji's gonna choose betray just to last, right? Because he needs to find Quark. I understand that logic. Well, obviously he doesn't want to die either, right? And we all chose betray at the beginning. I certainly recall that. The other thing is if I were to choose ally and I were to get betrayed by Clover, that'd be awkward. Let me think. Let's think of the positive scenario. If Clover were to choose ally and I choose ally, we'd be at 8. Sure. Dio's at 9. Sure. And Fi's at 9. Sure. I think that Dio hasn't done what he needed to do for the Nonary game yet. Because, again, it makes 0 sense for you to kill someone just to enter the Nonary game just to escape. That makes no sense. So I'm willing to bet that Dio's not finished with his job yet. So when he hits 9, which he probably will, and Fi will hit 9 as well, right? Because they seem to both agree to just betray a dead person. They're already dead. I think that if on the most positive chance that Clover ends up allying with me and we get 8, Fi is willing to wait, and Dio will not go through that door because I don't think Dio has finished his objective yet, whatever it may be. That's just a guess, right? If Clover betrays me, this will get really awkward. But if I betray her and she betrays me and we both get 0, we're not going anywhere in the first place. So I think she's more likely to... Where are we in the story right now? Let's take a look at this flowchart. I mean, we're all in a shitty situation. I'd rather gamble on the best possible scenario. Also, I just like Clover, I'll be honest.
Ten seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes. 9, 8, 7. Three, 2, 1.
Honestly, I felt like to not cause her to mistrust me, I wish I could have abstained from voting, and I could tell her... Well, I mean, there's no way that at the current point in the story I could tell, hey, Clover, by the way, Dio does this thing in another timeline. She's gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking... What the... Are you mad? Betray, right? Okay, so either I make the decision or ask the chat. What do you got? You know what? Yeah, sure. Guys, 1 for ally, 2 for betray. Go ahead. And if you like Clover, you better say ally. Let's see what happens. 1. 1 for 1. 2 for 1. 2 for 2. 3 for 2. 4 for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, betray wins first, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is. Betray wins first.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
God, I feel like a dick!
Results will be displayed in the warehouse.
How many people have betrayed today? I betrayed...
Thank you for your participation.
I betrayed Luna twice. And now I'm betraying Clover, a character I actually like. I hope she betrays me back.
Ambidex gates now opening.
God, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to betray her and, like... but, okay. What do I think Clover's really gonna do? What do I think Clover is really going to do? I mean, based on her past actions, let me see. Where are we in the story again? We're in this part, right? So here. So we're about to reach an ending. What was her logic last time? Oh, okay, let me think. Decisions that Clover has made in the past. We don't know if she chose betray with K, right? She said that she ended up agreeing with K on the logic of it, and then Alice got punished for it. That is a little bit weird. I don't remember any of her other votings though, but I do have the notes for it. Let's take a look. Okay, the notes for it are here. Second round, S and A betray. K betray, double betray. I remember that route. Phi and Dio betray. Clover betray. Oh, she's gonna betray. Well, against Phi and Dio, why would you betray? Well, I mean, you didn't trust them, and Alice is dead, right? Yeah, Alice is dead. Is Alice dead in this situation? Yes, she is, and she thinks that in one route, Luna was the killer. So, I mean, supposedly. Do I have I done anything to make her suspicious of me? I mean, how would I kill Alice when? Okay, so, well, she's separated from me. I think she's gonna betray. So then it's about getting her trust, right? I guess yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's about what's up?
Dio!
What's happening? Man, you for real? Did you really finish your objective already?
What are you doing, Dio?
No, he's going to try and open it.
Damn right I am.
But the result!
Like I need to wait for that.
Ah. Dio's BP was at 6. His opponent was Luna, and she is... well, she is as she is. Her vote would have defaulted to ally.
All he had to do was pick betray.
Okay, then the simple question is, we're at this point in the story and you've completed your objective? So it's about right here is the cutoff? Maybe even here.
And he'd have 9 points, right?
Excellent answer. I hope you remember to show your work.
But Phi was Dio's partner.
And her BP was the same as Dio's. That means she has 9 now as well.
Exactly. It was 9 the moment we stepped out of the AB room.
Why? Why didn't you stop Dio from choosing betray?
You got the wrong idea, old man. This wasn't just my decision. We both decided to vote this way.
Is that true?
Yeah. I didn't have a choice.
You didn't? Because of you, Luna's BP is -1.
So, what, she's gonna die again? Zero can pump all the poison he wants into her. It's not gonna make a difference now.
Oh, is it ending on the left of the flowchart? We can't access it yet. Even though it's open, we don't know the password and the ID.
Besides, her bracelet's already fallen off.
You...
Then why did you try and stop Dio, Phi? I believe I heard you cry out, "Wait," as he headed toward the number 9 door.
Are you planning to wait for the rest of us? Did you just want to get your BP up to 9 to reduce your own risk?
Sorry, but no. The only reason I stopped Dio is because I needed to know what someone else voted.
Someone else?
But that would be...
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
God, it would be so awkward if Clover did not betray. That means I don't want to. Are we gonna fisticuff in front of the number 9 door?
Please direct your attention to the results screen.
I guess I'd be down to see what that would be like. You wouldn't really let me walk through the number 9 door, right? So she has to betray. Ally, betray. Clover, what? Why would you do that? You trusted me? Oh my god. I'm not gonna sleep well tonight. You guys know that, right? Oh my god. Holy.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Jesus.
No. You betrayed me, Sigma.
Stop, please. Stop. I don't want to. Oh my god. I feel like trash tonight.
Why? To keep your promise, you jerk! You liar! You're a coward! You don't care about anybody but yourself! All you wanted was to get out of here! You're horrible! I hate you! So? All that means is that you picked betray because you didn't want to get left behind. Is that it? Is that your excuse? Liar! Liar!
Would you believe me if I said I follow what the chat said?
You're just like Dio!
Oh my god, my heart! That pierced.
You're a coward! Whatever. Just fine. I was stupid to trust you.
Am I actually going to see what the outside looks like? Now I'm legit curious.
Sorry, I went ahead and opened it. Gonna have plenty of time to watch soaps on the outside, so I didn't feel like I needed to stick around to see how this little drama played out.
Dio!
Dio!
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, shall we? Why so serious? This really isn't the time for hesitation. You both crossed a line you weren't supposed to cross. You betrayed your friends. Am I right? I'm right. But you didn't have a choice, did you? You had to survive. Isn't that the way an animal thinks, though? Don't get me wrong. I see the logic, but it's kind of animal logic. Still, you made your bed. Now you got a lie in it.
Dio, you know this applies to you as well, right? No? I mean, it's nice not to have any friends, huh, Dio?
If you're gonna be an animal, be an animal. Own it. The losers, the weak, throw them away. That's how nature works, my friends. That's life at its most pure.
Okay.
You get me? Now come on, hurry up and...
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Well, stay if you want. No skin off my back. Anyway, I'm out. Peace!
Wait! God damn it, Dio!
Three, 2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing.
Let's go, Sigma! Shut up! Just do it!
Okay. For betraying Clover, I better get information about what's outside that fucking door. We're actually doing this. Oh my god. I'm actually really surprised.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation.
Sigma! Phi! Dio! Open up! Open this goddamn door!
I don't know if it was worth it. We gotta see what we get from this. Like, am I walking out into Antarctica with no clothing on or some shit? Will I die? Is it the apocalypse outside? Are there zombies getting ready to kill us? I don't know.
Alrighty then.
Okay. And I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to have a story continue outside the 9th door.
Here we are.
Is that a hallway?
Only one way to find out.
I recognize those hazmat suits. Why are we here?
This must be the prep room.
I think I searched this place with Dio and Luna.
Hold up. You know about the one on floor B2? Huh.
So you know that the pressure in here is a lot higher than the pressure outside? Oh, you didn't.
The pressure... Sorry, one more time? The pressure in here is a lot higher than the pressure outside.
Didn't I just say what I'm talking about? The air inside this facility is kept at a higher pressure than the air outside. Apparently, they're doing it to keep the virus from getting in. If you're leaving, you have to lower the pressure until it matches what's outside. This room is where you prepare for all of that.
Okay, the pressure inside the facility is higher.
See those suits over on the wall? They keep you from getting infected once you're outside. You have to put one on before you can go into the pressure exchange chamber downstairs. Luna told me.
Luna told you?
Apparently, it was all in a manual she found in a room we searched.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say it's mysterious. I think it's that Radical 6 thing Alice was talking about. Don't quote me on that, though.
Well, we've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's get those suits on and head outside.
No argument here. Let's do it. I'd succeed so easily. You're thinking too small. I guess I can tell you who I really am.
Okay, go ahead, Dio.
What?
You see, the thing is, I'm a hero.
Bullshit!
I was sent here from far away to save mankind.
You know, I was joking about this before.
What? Too surprised to speak?
We were all excited to be getting out of here, but...
Oh, never mind. You're clearly too small-minded to understand.
That's a lot of doors. Where? What? Where are we?
Looks like a desert. I don't know. I can't tell you what day it is, though. Look, the moon's red. See?
Yes.
This must be a total lunar eclipse. During a total lunar eclipse, the moon is entirely covered by the Earth's shadow. That doesn't mean the moon just disappears or turns black, though. It actually reflects light that's passed through the Earth's atmosphere, but this makes it appear to be red. Essentially, what's happening is that the moon is reflecting the sunset. Do you remember when the next total lunar eclipse was going to happen?
December 31st, 2028. Okay, that will be our guess for the date.
Well, there you go. Looks like it. We should get to the nearest town. There has to be one around somewhere. Even deserts have some towns, whether they're in the Mojave, Sahara, or Gobi. It's not what I'm worried about, though. Forget it. Doesn't matter right now. I'm worried about whether or not there are any survivors.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too.
If Alice was right about the virus. I hope it's not the case, of course, but there's the possibility. Whatever. We should get moving.
Yo, Jason. Good to see you here, man. How you doing?
There's still 4 people stuck in there, including Quark. We need to find help and come back for them. Where are we?
Sorry, what?
I see. This timeline.
Okay, there we go. Did I ever write Phi as an outside observer? Because I'm pretty sure I mentioned something like that before.
Hey, where's Dio? Shit. We need to split up and find him. Because he needs to tell me something. Why are you asking me this? Don't tell me you forgot. Wait, maybe not. He must not have made this jump.
He must not have made this jump? Okay.
Damn it. Look, forget about that. Just find Dio. I'm going over to that hill, so you take the other direction. What the hell are you doing? Answer me, Dio.
Okay, run to where Phi is, quickly.
Is that a transmitter? Let's see. Phone home, huh? Bet free souls anxious from you.
How do you know?
I know everything about you. I know you're the Myrmidons.
Ah, Myrmidons is a group.
Never mind that. I need to ask you something. What's the password for the number 0?
Help you, man?
I'm no man.
How the hell can you crack jokes right now?
You haven't given me my answer. What's the deactivation code? Hey, what are you... Stop! Thanks. That was a close one.
I have so many questions, Phi.
You heard, huh? Well, it's right over there. See that briefcase-looking thing? He was trying to use that to get in touch with somebody. Probably had it hidden somewhere. Yeah, probably. My guess is he came here, hid the transmitter, and then snuck into the building.
Seven 78153-61098-83809 424199055. What?
No, it's too long for that. It's 25 digits.
I guess I'll write that down. Give me a second. 78153 61098 83809 42419. Will help me, please. 90551. All right, let's go.
Don't know. I assume it's some kind of code, but I don't see a key to decode it with.
Oh, sorry. You guys just had it so fucking backwards I couldn't help myself. You can't find the key to decode it? Well, no shit. The key's right in front of your face.
What?
That's the key. The message is somewhere else. You need those 25 numbers to decode it.
Okay. This is the key. Message is somewhere else.
What, you don't know? At least one of you is appropriately ignorant. Fine, whatever. Might as well tell you. I don't really have any reason to hide my identity now that my mission's a success.
Tell me exactly what your mission was. Was it to kill Alice or something? Because that was really decently early on, and I was like, you can't be finished with your job yet. Never mind.
Besides, she'll probably tell you if I don't. Might as well hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Tell me what it was. Right. Free the soul? The fuck? Are you part of an anti... You just keep talking. Okay, this is interesting. A sacred religious order of over 1 million true believers. Okay. The Myrmidons are the hand of free the soul. We do what needs to be done to bring us closer to the new world free the soul promises. There are some people who might call us terrorists. Then again, from their point of view, I suppose we might be. We're trying to tear down the corrupt world they built after all. But when the sun dawns for the first time on our new world, we will be hailed as saints, holy messengers who cleanse the filth from a dying planet. Okay. So you're doing purges and shit. But only a handful of people will really become saints. Not even all the Myrmidons will be guaranteed sainthood. Okay. Okay. Returning from the mission with secure position as a saint. Free the soul is built around the teachings of a man named Brother, who founded our order many years ago. Okay, so Brother is the CEO, I guess. Or cult leader. I'm not sure what I will call you guys. His teachings are too profound for ordinary people to understand, but you could say that the core ideas of his doctrine are to separate oneself from worldliness, to destroy greed, and divorce the soul from the body to cleanse it. Okay. Those who follow his teachings with discipline and devotion will be born as a new form of human. Okay. A boy named Left? Had a brother named Left. He devoted his resource to research on human cloning so that he could create the new species he'd foretold. Okay, research human cloning. I'm a little surprised with a name like that, but human cloning research. He abducted, invited to his system a team of scientists. Okay. Test humans exist. Okay. Those 10 were the first generation of Myrmidons. He made 10 test humans. And you're the 4th generation. Okay. Our DNA comes from Left. You share the same face? I guess that makes sense. sorry, Dio, you're the best of your generation? God, do you call yourself a success? Okay, alright, brother. Oh, man. Sorry, when I was given my order, I thought this was going to be my chance. In all my life, I've only ever once been punished for breaking our laws. Okay, it had to do with women. I'd come in contact with someone unclean, and I was considered corrupted. Oh, okay. Even though I was punished harshly and purified my soul, my dishonor remained. Define... whatever. I wanted to prove my loyalty to brother, so I was determined to be successful in this mission. Okay, got it. My entire purpose is to be part of the foundation of Brother's New World. Okay.
Father, Holy Brother, Holy Master, my sacred mission is at last complete. With these two hands, mankind is saved. I am your will made flesh. In your name, I give thanks.
I don't care about your goddamn mission. You did this to us. Now we're going to... Shut up! You still haven't answered my question. I'm going to ask you one more time. What is the password for the number 0 bomb?
Number 0 bomb. Okay.
God damn it! Didn't I tell you to shut up? Now, tell me, what's the password?
Wait! Okay. Fine. It's not gonna do you any good, though. I completed my mission. What are you gonna do with the password at this point?
Not your problem. Just give it to me. Otherwise...
Fine. No skin off my back. The password for the 0 bomb is LXAQNSGDQ.
LXAQNSGDQ?
You heard that, right, Sigma?
I wrote it down, yeah.
The password. I'm going to try my best to remember it, but I won't know if I manage to until after I make the jump. There's a chance I won't remember anything, so you need to memorize it, just in case. Got it?
Wow, did I really call this out that early? I mean, what even led me to believe that Fi was an outside observer? She's pretty much a character in a TV show I really like. Let's put it that way. LXA QNSGDQ. I got it. Hell, man, I'll even write it on the main page so I don't forget.
Okay. We're done with you. Let's go. Not sure, but I think he does. Get up.
Well, I mean, this VLR has been a little bit rough for me when it comes to reading into its foreshadowing and then other factors as well. So I'm at least a little bit happy that I'm following along or anticipating things. Even though some elements that I said were jokes, but wow.
Yeah, well, not really a city, I guess. More like a shelter. Some people who survived the disaster live there. Just shut up and follow me. You can see for yourself.
Man, did you guys choose this just for me to see this? Or did you choose this purely out of randomness? Because this is a lot of information all at once. Jesus. This is probably considered a bad ending because not everyone is saved, right? Yeah, this is the first time I've seen credits. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay, just to confirm, I've written down in several notes, but Dio did not reveal what his mission specifically was in that facility, right? I didn't miss that. Okay. All right. What time is it? 3 in the morning. So his mission was to be a hero. All right. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight, yeah. But I'm just thinking more along the lines of, with all this information now, I want to think off stream about what it could all mean. Not just plot-wise, but, you know, why you would set it up this way. Well, at least I understand why Dio talks the way he does now. Okay. Getting all the endings? Yeah, including the bad endings. Are you saying you can beat this game without seeing all the endings? That's interesting. I just assumed that you had to see everything. But hey, whatever. Dio end. Okay, I'll write that one down. I mean, I don't have to. It just shows fucking Dio there. Okay. So, interesting. I want to finish that off tomorrow. So I finish this off, which allows me to finally move on to a really different route. I'm really curious what it's going to be like. That's a lot of information all at once. Jeez. Okay, so how do I organize this is the question now. So this is going to be my page 1, because this is vital for information. I'll make this my page 2, because it's cleaner. So that's my page 1, that's my page 2. Everything else is just puzzle notes, right? Puzzle notes. Puzzle notes. Puzzle notes. Throw this shit away. Let's just put that on the side. So now I'll keep this for my page 3. Is this puzzle notes as well? It is. Throw it on the side. Okay, so these 3 pages are relevant to story information. Everything else is puzzle notes. Okay. Tell me your thoughts. Sure, I'll try my very best. So, just like in 999, I had trouble trying to figure out. It's not a surprise, right? I had trouble trying to figure out how the writing was layered in such a way where it was more than just a thriller, a thriller, mystery, sci-fi, right? And a lot of the reason for that was the pacing of the work. The difference in this work compared to 999, obviously there's a lot more information to be thrown at you. And I think it's a little harder, in my opinion, to keep track of how certain decisions deny people other decisions. So sure, obviously the ally and betray aspect of it is very easy to follow, right? Where if you cut someone off from 9 points, obviously they can't escape. So that's the easy part to follow. But the key thing that you also got to keep track of is pairs and solos, right? And anticipating the reason for why people might die if they come up with if they come up as opposition to another party or something like that. So that's one of the things I have trouble with. I'm just talking. You're asking my thoughts. I'm just saying things, right? I see several elements already introduced in this work. There's the idea of revival again, right? That seems to be a thing. There's a transferring of consciousness, in my opinion, which is why I'm not entirely sure yet, but it seems to be very clear that Fi is... I called her an outside observer, But I think another way of putting it is she is possibly the second protagonist, or more of a protagonist than the main character is. But it depends on how the story is going to function, right? She has the power to jump between lines, but she forgets things. Whereas our omniscience as the player in like 999, for instance, right? We carry our memories from each route because that's part of the story. I'm going to assume that's part of the story here as well. So we have that kind of idea being brought back from 999, right? You have the idea of revival. What's an example of that? I mentioned this before. I'm trying to think of any example that brought that idea up. So give me a second. Where did revival come up? I'm pretty sure it had something to do with K. It wasn't just K's character design and this monk thing, but it was something else. I guess the idea of human cloning as a way of extending human life, but there's more to it than just that. The I said transferring of consciousness, but really they started out as like artificial intelligence and how it's difficult to determine who is real and who is fake, if you even want to call it that way, right? Because if a person, if someone thinks like a person, looks like a person, speaks like a person, what's the difference between them and a robot, right? That robot might as well be a person. And that thing was also introduced in, I think, this route right here. What else was another thing that was mentioned? Let's see. I mentioned this several times already, but everyone seems to have their own specific objective, right? And when applied to the context of artificial intelligence and inputs and outputs, how one thing goes in, something comes out, and trying to differentiate whether someone is human or a robot. And I'm going to assume that's going to be a little bit blurred in this story. That's only an assumption. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be a thing yet. But if you introduce the fact that there is a facility recreating robots and cloning does exist in this world and telepathy also exists in this world, I don't see it being too difficult to see how what was Kay's parents researching again? I'm trying to remember. I'm almost certain it was like the preservation of human life, right? And it was done. Wasn't that where the reincarnation thought came from? It was like, oh jeez, I swore I wrote notes for this. Now I feel bad. Where did I write it? Okay. Oh, it's somewhere on the floor. Okay, so there's that idea. Is there anything else I'm trying to think of? I can't explain properly how characters having their own objectives is somehow related to the idea of artificial intelligence. That makes no sense if I can unless I explain it better. But one of the things I really like about this game and other games similar to it, right? When you have characters stuck in a scenario and you have multiple routes, you start to see what makes them tick. So, for example, if this character always puts priority on themselves as number one, it's very unlikely to see them change their thought process in a different route. And then in the third route, it's most likely going to be the same. In the fourth route, it's most likely going to be the same, right? And so by repetition, you start to understand a character's intentions because of the actions that repeat themselves, right? They do this almost all the time. Therefore, it's a consistent thing with their thought process. And so it's as if I present this scenario again, you can anticipate that the result is going to be the same, right? The event has to change significantly for the character to do a different action because you've seen repetition so many times that you can most likely assume that they're going to do a similar thing. And trying to think of a piece of media that does this so you can understand the character better. I guess The Girl Who Loved Through Time, if you want to use that as an example. But I was thinking like FinestKO as well, but I haven't read all of FinestKO. I made a really good example in the movie I just mentioned, though. What was the example of... Oh, something about her fucking up a lot of times. And then foreshadowing of events through visuals ahead of time. That would be... Okay, so Bam Bam... Yeah, but that's using a visual repetition. Yeah, visual representation to know and cut information off on purpose, so you don't have to say she leapt through time. She literally just rolled into the scene, so you already know what that means. So that might not fit there. But the point is, these characters, through repetition of seeing what they do, you know how they're going to act. And because you know how they're going to act, you feel there's a consistency, right? With that consistency, you understand a character better, and you're able to better understand their thought process. That's pretty much how it works with these kind of scenarios. And I like that a lot, actually. To figure out how a person thinks, and to recognize that might make you able to see that within yourself, right? So I personally think that humans have a really tough time being truly random, right? There is a logic and thought process to how we think, and even if we're not conscious of it, if we're not conscious of our own actions, there is some sort of I don't want to say programming, but I can't think of any other way to put it. There is some sort of build up to that makes you act out in a way. Until you are conscious of that decision, it's going to be difficult to change natural habits. I don't know how else to say this. I'm having so much trouble being able to say this. In the context of like, the last time I thought about this was like Buddhism and Taoism in a movie, and the idea was the idea that was being presented was humans are going to repeat themselves just like the cycle of reincarnation. And the only way to escape the cycle of reincarnation is to become aware, which is pretty much Buddhism in the first place, right? You want to achieve nirvana and escape the cycle of suffering, which is reincarnation, right? And so the only way to do that, the only way to be conscious of your own actions, so that your actions actually are done with choice, not a choice done by instinct, but a choice done by your own like volition, is to become self-aware. And then the thought of like what is humanity, what is consciousness, got introduced into the picture. But I don't know how else to explain this. So I'm gonna do? I'm gonna think about this more tonight and tomorrow, and then I'm gonna try to make that argument again. But when I do, understand it's not easy to say. So I'm stuck here. I'm so sorry. Oh God. Where does this lead to? I'm actually gonna just sit here and think about that for a while. But since I can't think of anything else to say, I'm gonna leave it at that. It's like 3:28 in the morning. I could just be fucking tired, and I can't even form a cohesive thought right now. So I'm gonna just leave it at that. Okay. Anyway, we are here. Let's go ahead and go to here. There are two streamers on FinestKO. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. The other streamer is Spirit Juice. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. PST. Obviously, later today, I will be streaming again. I might be a little bit late because Scott, Tommy, and I are going to go get some dinner, right? So I'll let you know via our Twitter and our Facebook. So that would be here. There we go. Yeah, that's right there. So we are FinestKO, a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know when streams and events happen, follow us on our Twitter and our Facebook at twitter.com/FinestKO and facebook.com/FinestKO. If you want to join our community, our Discord's right there as well. If you don't use Twitter and Facebook, Discord also notifies you of events and streams and so on and so forth. It's also the only place I announce after hour streams in case you want to hang out and watch a movie with me. That's totally fine. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm going to go ahead and host a stream, and I'm going to probably sit here and think more about how to explain this thought process that I'm having, because I think it might be beneficial to this game. Okay, let me go ahead and find a stream to host, or raid, rather. I guess I would have to read through articles that I read before on this topic, or at least written before on this topic, because if I figure that out, I think I can know how to explain my thoughts better. Usually I'm not that bad when it comes to it though, but it has been a long night, so that could be it too. All right, I think I'm gonna raid Kuroken. He's doing Atelier Ryza. Yeah, that's it. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. All right, take it easy, guys. I'll see you guys later.